you know. Ooh, ah, whoa. Hey, there's one person here. Hello.
It's me.
Oh shit, you're here. Hello, bird. And you're on screen too.
I was making sure it was working.
Ooh, baby. Was it in your sub feed or?
I had to click on your channel. But it is there.
Well, I hope I want to see it in my sub feed. I no longer trust the live streaming.
Yeah, you're in my sub feed.
I no longer trust this function because earlier we just like went live and it didn't. It was very strange.
Yeah, you're all good. Alright, I've been here briefly, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you're going to bed? Alright, well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has
Good
been
night.
Bird.
It's birds.
Hello.
Birds, time to roost.
If you've got anything to say to me, I'm gonna be leaning on Trixie for about another minute or two, and then I'll be leaving.
If any of you three got
Any of
something
you
to say to
three.
bird,
One of which might be me.
say it now.
A
Speak
shave.
now or
I don't know
forever
if you
hold
can
your
tell,
peace.
but I shave.
Good shave.
Very nice. Yeah, you know, baby face back. Made me big boy.
I'm watching
EVS's chat.
I couldn't remember his name for a second.
Ethan Van Slyke. Alrighty.
Have a good sleep. I'll be here.
Ayo, Kale. I am mostly.
Wait,
hanging-
Kale's here. Now you
I-
gotta talk to Kale. You gotta say hello. You gotta tell him how we're sorry that we couldn't stream earlier when he had time to talk to us and he was like, I'm gonna talk to Trixie and Bird on their stream. And then
Didn't we stream like immediately after that?
Yeah, but I didn't tweet about it and I don't think he noticed it.
Oh, Kale, I'm sorry my wife is bad at advertising herself. Otherwise, you know, a pretty fun day. We went to a pretty cool brewery. What else did we do?
Oh yeah, what was the place called?
Aslan Beer Company.
Aslan.
They just opened a.
It was
a
the
new
fucking
location.
coolest space for a brewery.
It's
I've
got really fun
ever seen.
colors. 2 different bars, a bunch of cool seating areas, shit parking.
Yeah, the parking was really bad, but otherwise it was a great place.
From there, we went to the Norfolk Outlet Malls and we just kind of walked around and did the live
We
stream.
streamed at the outlet mall and like walked. The outlet mall is in like this place that basically was just like a big forest up until like 5
Well,
or
and the other
6
thing
years
too,
ago.
I'd like to stream going back there because there's a whole other part of the trail that we didn't go down that was just near where we parked because your phone died. But yeah, after that we went to a place called Jesse's Taqueria, which Vic, or rather here, let me explain exactly what happened. We passed it.
Yeah.
And I've looked into this place before. I knew it was really, really expensive.
Yeah.
But we passed it and we went, oh, Vic likes that place, and I've been there before. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I went, okay, we'll go there.
I remembered it as like Vic had told me this was his go-to in the area Mexican place back when he lived there, and he'd taken me there, and I remember just thinking it was like fine, like not necessarily exceptional, but as good as any other Mexican place in the area. And we were nearby, but we get in there, and the menu is like preposterously expensive.
At the very front of the menu is Jesse's Taqueria, as featured on
Diners,
Guy
drive-ins, and
Fieri's
dives.
Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives.
I said dies instead of dives.
Yeah.
Well,
But
you
anyway,
died.
so he was like, it wasn't this expensive the last time I came here. I was like, when was the last time you came here? 6 years ago. Or
Yeah,
something
it
like
was
that.
It was a while back.
But the funniest thing to me is on the menus, it's a very low light atmosphere, so you can't really tell this unless you're really looking at it. On the menus, all the prices have been changed.
Yeah.
And then like hot glued onto the menu.
Yeah,
so
it's
there's
like-
like little dots of hot glue.
It looks like
and everything is
somebody-
like I mean, honestly, Mexican food should not be expensive. Ever.
They printed out all the new prices and then cut them out like little tiny slits of paper and then super glued those tiny slits over the previous prices. It is very goofy.
And so like
And they're all
jacked. They're
Jacked
they're like
prices.
$5 to $10 more than they should be.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Stuff that I
we
would,
only ended up
stuff I would consider overpriced if it was $16 at a Mexican place
It
was
was like 28.
$22 at this Mexican place. Yeah, like unbelievable.
But so we only ended up getting the chips and salsa and beers. So we got some beers, which was like $20. But the thing I noticed is you can buy beers for the kitchen for $12. And I was looking at the beer prices, and looking at the buy beers for the kitchen thing and just thinking like, what beers on your menu can you buy for the kitchen for $12? How many people do you have back there? One? Do you have one guy in the kitchen?
I gotta close EVS's stream because he keeps getting super chats, and my brain is trained to glance at super chats because I'm thinking, oh, I got a super.
Anyway.
That's not mine. That's EVS's super chat.
After that, they have a grocery store attached to them that is pretty cool, actually. I will go back to that grocery store. They've got like marinated chicken and marinated ribs, short ribs, all kinds of good stuff, all kinds of Mexican spices, amazing looking, like pan. Conchas, I think they're called. The Mexican donuts, that they've got all the good sugar on them that as soon as you take a bite, all of it falls off.
Whoa, no way. Through the link in the Discord, I can get to our
It's unlisted.
Our stream. It's unlisted, but it wasn't even listed in my in the back room of my channel. How is this fucking possible?
That's insane. I don't know.
Maybe I was only looking at the channel page. Maybe I didn't look at my back room. But it's just unlisted. That's so bizarre. Okay, well I'll release that. I guess. Oh, it was on We Watch Anime.
That's so funny.
It was streamed on the We Watch Anime channel, and now it's unlisted. So it's probably
Bird's hair is too short. You sure about that? It was just behind me. I mean, if you still think it's too short, I'm not gonna cut it. So. Aren't your parents disappointed in you, lol? Nope.
No,
both of our parents love us very much.
Look at all this art my mom made. This is my.
Sorry.
This is my mom's. She drew that. That's a pair of boots she owns. This is in The Wall movie poster, and that is a heavy metal symbol. And then she's missing her arms right now. But
Why
that's
missing both her arms.
They fell off.
Oh, they both did. Finally.
The tape's not very good,
Yeah.
I don't know if you can recognize this lady. If you've never seen Game of Thrones, you probably won't get this reference.
You need me to hold the other one?
Yeah, sure. But this is the Shame lady from Game of Thrones who, she follows Cersei through the streets going, shame, shame. And my mom made this as a symbol of how shameful it is that they constantly send all this junk mail that they know is just going to get thrown away. So my mom, she likes repurposing trash into art so that it's not just filling up a landfill.
Like that guy in the Iron Giant.
Yeah, like that guy in the Iron Giant. Anyway, Slime, you're getting banned because that was obviously a troll question.
Well, and last other thing about that is my mom checks up on me often and is like, wow, I can't believe you're doing what you're doing. That's so cool. Yeah. And my dad gives me $5 a month every month and has for the last 3 years.
Your dad's the only backer of your Ko-fi. Ko-fi.
Love you, Dad.
ko-fi.com.
Happy Femboy Friday on a Wednesday. Shout out Jeff Burgess.
Hell yeah. Femboy Friday on a Wednesday. It is when club going up on a Tuesday.
Anyway, I'm gonna do some kicks. Alright, hang on, I got shit in my pockets. So,
fuck. Jesus Christ, be careful. Maybe do a stretch first.
I'm showing feet. It's
rare to see the bottoms of your feet, that's true. We see a lot of the tops of your feet.
I'm surprised I got up that high. I know I stumbled with the first one, but
Hold on, let me do a stretch first so I make sure I don't pull nothing.
Ooh, did someone say femboy? Kale just got hit by 2 dirt bikes? What do you mean by that? And how and why? Are you okay?
Yeah, I was kidding because he said I think he told me that last night or something and I forgot. But I was like, at once?
Well, I think, he tweeted about this. He said simultaneously. I was too tired or something. I don't know. I'm watching a movie. I don't know, honestly. What happened? Is that a big
kick?
Oh, God.
Even though I wasn't paid, but you were doing it, so now I have to. Wow.
Not as impressive.
It was above my head. Starts stretching.
I haven't stretched in
years.
God, probably actually a decade.
Do it more. When you get to be my age, you're going to just naturally find yourself doing a lot more of it. Oh, that was a little more painful. Left leg's not as used to that.
No, I'm just joking. I just think that idea is funny.
Oh, amazing. Incredible.
Kale.
Kale also said, remind me to tell you about the Turing tests I've been doing. Isn't that where you convince a robot it's a robot?
No, it's where a robot tries to convince you that it's human.
Alright, that was good. Yeah, there you go. That's higher than I was going.
Okay.
Get the kicks.
Get your kicks. Did you just say?
Yeah, the kicks.
Oh, you're a dork. Not bad. Oh, Kale, you joker.
Now this is really a Sam Hyde style stream.
Yeah.
Stupid fucking kung fu moves.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go to bed. I'm going to roost. Give my wife money.
Roost the bird.
I love you.
You too.
Hug
Good
on.
sleep.
Hug on.
Oh. Oh.
Hug on.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Nice. We gotta become like an acrobat duo or something.
No, I'm good on all that. That's excessive. Good night, Ellen. Good night, Kale. Good night, Sarah.
Alright, that was the fun, cute part of the stream. Now it's time for the menacing, fucking, evil, angry, bully part of the stream. Where I'm like, show me, give me something to break. I got your fucking face. I hope you know I'm like a chainsaw, what? A chainsaw, what? A motherfucking chainsaw, what? So go and get it. We don't need any more shame statue. We're actually going to be over on this side of the room tonight. So I can be at my, let me show you my setup here. Ooh. Okay, remember stuff's plugged into stuff over here. Yeah, see, I've got a laptop here on this oddly structured shelf. Typically I have this up in my bedroom, but I've been bringing it down here so I can have a little extra desk when I do my live streams. You know? Laptop. Hello from Brazil, says Bom Dia. It's always hello from Brazil in this chat because Ellen Horai, our main moderator, is also in Brazil. But I can't wait to go there someday. I have a lot of Brazil seems to be the number 3 country for anime. Like anime and manga culture. It's like Japan, obviously number 1. The United States, then Brazil. And Brazil is strong. It might be stronger, honestly. There might be even more Brazilian anime and manga fans. I just don't think they have as I don't know, how big is the Brazilian population? Let me look this up. I don't know that much about Brazil. I just have fans there and 215 million. So okay, it's a bit less than the US. By that I mean, like, you know, we've got 333.3 million. That's hilarious. As of the 2022 census or whatever, Brazil 215. So you got about 2/3 of what we got. But yeah, it seems to be a big anime manga culture there. I do at some point, if I start really making money, I'm gonna pay. Hey, welcome back. What are you drinking? What's in your mug with a spoon, man?
So,
what? It's green. Oh no, it's this stuff.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh no.
No, I've never heard of it.
I just found it. I found it on the chair, and I was like, hey.
Susan sent this stuff.
Oh shit! Was I not supposed to drink that?
No, it's fine. I don't
Okay.
mind what was whoever. It's for whoever. It's just called Gainful Daily Performance Greens.
Whatever.
Performance Greens.
I had a lot of alcohol today, and
good,
so
good,
more
good.
importantly, what I'm actually consuming is Banana Bag.
Oh, are they both together in there?
Yeah, I mixed them together because you know.
All right, Banana Bag. We get a sponsorship, right? We're alcoholics. Banana Bag. Hey, Banana Bag. Tell Banana Bag. Hey, Banana Bag. Tell Banana Bag. Hey,
No, so anyway,
tell them I want money.
aside from this weird chilling,
We drink a lot We will
Anyway,
great ads for
I've
you.
been hearing about Banana Bag
All
for,
our friends are alcoholics.
I don't know, quite a long time through WATP, who are this podcast. And the whole time I've been like, man, right, that really sounds like something I could use. And you know, as hangovers have gotten worse as I've gotten older, I've slowly approached getting Banana Bag. And I thought it was something you had to buy, but you can just go.
Think about how much he must drink that he said, a 25-year-old said, as I've gotten older, the hangovers are getting worse. Banana Bag, please.
But anyway, they do a little free trial where they'll send you 3 of these things. And I tested it out on a pretty bad hangover, and it worked. It was really nice. The idea is that it's a Banana Bag is something that you get as an IV treatment that goes in your arm after you get hungover or something. And so the idea with this is it's all of the vitamins that you would get in a Banana Bag, but in a powder that you can just drink.
This is a free ad. I mean, I'm just saying Banana Bag. We already have done so much for you.
The reason why I'm down here drinking this is because it says to drink it over 15 minutes. And so I was like, well, I'm going to be up for 15 more minutes drinking this. I might as well be down here.
Well, and this is about to now be a review of Gainful Greens.
Well, so I'll say, I do think Banana Bag tastes a little vitamin-y. Like, it kind of tastes like you're drinking Flintstones vitamins, which I don't think is a bad thing.
This looks like swamp water.
Yeah.
What you've got.
But adding this, like, there's got to be sugar or something in this, because this, it doesn't.
You've tasted it already?
Yeah, I've been drinking it the whole time.
Oh, okay. What is it? Well, review. What is it? How is it?
I mean,
because that other
fine.
shit, literally, the Banana Bag tastes like a Flintstone vitamin.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, try it. It just kind of tastes like sweet pineapple, I guess, now.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is the flavor. Or no,
I can definitely taste the vitamins separately. And then...
Yeah. Tropical pineapple is the green stuff, and then sweet orange is the Banana
That
Bag.
is surprising. That's better than I thought it was going to be. Because it looks like green swamp water. It just looks like sludge. It looks like... Well, I'm not going to compare it to anything more disgusting than that because you're drinking it. But
no, that's fine.
I'll get into it later.
But yeah, Banana Bag's really good. I'm almost definitely gonna buy more of them. I don't know about Magic Mind yet, Carl. Chill.
Drinking Flintstones vitamins sounds pretty good. Yes, it tastes exactly like them.
And it's not just for hangovers either. I don't know if it says it on the packet. No, it doesn't. Chilling for Banana Bag. It's not just for hangovers, it's for like dehydration and all kinds of different stuff. It's just that the WATP fan base and me specifically are needing it for hangovers. What's that Dizzy? What is your... I don't know who Lily Orchard is, and it sounds like the kind of thing you'd have to super chat to get an answer about. Pew. Hi, Ashana Sumiar, or I'm sorry, I couldn't read. I was moving as I was reading that. Sumer. But yeah, this is just something that I mixed together because I was like, too much alcohol. I don't want to wake up feeling like I have a headache and that I don't want to go to work in the morning. So I got to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, which, it's 9:30 now. I should be in bed. But, yeah, Yeah, I don't... If you're asking stuff about pony shit, I don't know about that. And I can tell you Trixie probably won't answer that unless you give her money for it. I need 500 bags of that. Kale, I'm pretty... I will send you a link, but I'm pretty sure it's like bananabag/WATP or bananabag.com/WATP. And you can buy it at a pretty good discounted rate.
Damn, did this now turn into an ad for Carl too? Carl, you better have me on your show again, because now we're just giving you fucking free.
Well, Kale said I need 500 bags of that. I'm just trying to give my buddy a discount, But yeah, also check out WATP if you haven't heard of it. It's great.
It's a great show. They're real workhorses over there.
Someone's really trying to get you to talk about someone called Lily Orchard, but without paying you. So I would really recommend you hold out until they pay you for it, because they're just saying a lot of stuff at me.
Well, it's because I said on Twitter that I'm looking for enemies, and Lily Orchard comes up a lot. But I'm not necessarily trying to target other trans people like that,
What is well, I think this person is thinking you'll target them because they have been critical of you in the past.
That's true. And it's not a bad reason. But the fact of the matter is, Lily Orchard's not not exactly the cool kid who everybody.
Are you a park ranger, Bird? I get that vibe from you. No, but tell the National Park Service that. And
Yeah, that's the dream. That is the dream job for a bird.
Oh man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm doing it. I'm not even dressed like a park ranger.
The last time we were at a park in Ohio, there was a kid who had the same energy as you, just like a little bit younger. You remember at the Indian?
Oh yeah.
Like tall, long hair.
No, I know who you're talking about. I'm trying to remember what the
skinny
place was
guy.
called. Fuck. Burial. It was in Chillicothe, Ohio.
A place with it was like in between two prisons, two massive prison complexes. Do any of you enjoy listening to black or death metal? I could give you a rant about black or death metal for a super chat, and I know enough about either one to do it. I have favorites. I have things I would list. as
Hopewell
favorites.
Cultural Natural Historical Park. That's what it was called.
Hopewell. Okay.
Yeah. The guy who
Literally an Indian burial ground.
person who runs that, pretty cool. People in this chat should say hello to my cat. His name is Anakin. I will say hi to Anakin. Hi, Anakin.
Hi, Anakin.
What did you do to the younglings, Anakin? I've been more into the Cure since I lost my fiance. I'm sorry. That would get you into the Cure, wouldn't it? Losing your fiance?
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry to laugh.
Wait,
Wait,
you mean like
lose like dead?
Yeah, they.
I'm sorry for laughing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's different feelings depending on which, I guess.
Fuck.
Because my immediate thought was death.
My immediate thought was
based on
like she
Cure.
left him or something, or they left. Whoever pronouns work out left the other one. I just challenged a judo sensei to kumite and won his orange belt. I'm wearing like a headband and I have Wait, Kale. And I have a condor on my arm. PolitiFact checkers say absolutely true. Kale, I'll vote for you for president.
Absolutely. What about the rant? Which rant? Was there a...
Was there a super chat?
I haven't gotten no
Yeah, no super
chats.
chats, so no rants. You want to rant, you super chat.
That's the rules. I don't make the rules. Bird makes the rules.
That's right.
I'm just the woman.
When I left the first time, did I not say give my wife money? Seems like none of you have done that.
It hasn't happened. Not once. Not ever in my whole life.
I'm very
except for
disappointed in
earlier
all
today.
of you.
We did make like a cool $50 earlier when we were walking around the
It was 40, wasn't it?
mall. Something like that. I don't know. We made money. It was good. It was an amount that I was like, wow.
Stop dropping weed vapes, honey. You broke one already, and this one's mine.
Fair enough.
Dash and scan. That's a super chat question.
Bird, what's your favorite blank?
This one. This is my
Okay,
favorite
then
one.
maybe another time. Well, there won't be another time where you don't have to pay for it. I didn't mean to say that Bird sets the rules because he's here right now. He's set the rule in perpetuity that it works this way.
Why does Bird always
I can't
have
afford to
hang
do
on.
things for free.
Why does Bird always have to try and correct you? Because I'm right.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you mean? Wait, what did you try to correct me on?
I don't know. They're Minton Rileying me now.
I don't even know. I don't remember you trying to correct me. They just like talking in chat and brainwashing people to listen to The Cure. Well. Nah, JK, she ain't dead. Lamau. Yeah, okay. He's just trying to remind people of The Cure and like give them an emotional punch to go listen to The Cure again. It worked. I immediately thought, I will always
Gigadonk
love you.
Seaton Burgers. Shout out for cooking.
Words I say.
Gigadonk made burgers. Your fans can actually do things sometimes. That's incredible. Except you know who I'm talking about.
Burger good.
Burger.
I did super chat, but I just dropped a bundle on weed gummies and tickets to see.
Why does
videos.
Bird 2 legs? Fair question.
What if you 3 legs?
Here. Well, I got 3 legs if you know what I'm talking about.
Whoa! well.
Bird 2 legs.
Incredible. But let me aim the camera down so that you can truly appreciate the angle of this. I'm not going to touch him because I don't want to disturb this. I don't want to... Ooh, nice crack. In more ways than one.
Thanks.
Wasn't expecting a bird fan service workout stream. You doing that for free, Bird Kill says all caps? No super chat?
I like Dashing Stan.
Bird is always just... Bird's just, you know, he's just...
It's not my job to make money.
He just gives it away, you know? He's just a good guy. You know? Yeah, it's my job to make money.
Dang, you have really good balance. Thank you.
It wasn't... You did that for a while. I was impressed.
You want to time it? I can do it longer.
No. Maybe another time. Not on concrete.
There's a mat right
Yeah, I couldn't do that on the mat. Well, if you... Well, move the weights because you'll fall back into them if you fall. Well, I guess you won't. Oh, Anonymous just gave $1. Thank you very much.
Shut up.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ask anything?
Nope, just a... Well,
Does
you
Anonymous
can't type with $1.
Oh.
$1 is a non-text, which means it's just support. And that's anonymous, I should say.
I know who you're talking about.
We only have one anonymous we acknowledge on this channel. Alright, I guess we're timing you, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, it's more impressive if you keep a straight back.
Oh,
I
sorry,
think.
I thought it was fun.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36,
You know, if you get up to 1 billion, you're gonna be just like
38,
Mr. Beast.
39, 40, 41,
Or is it
42,
1,000,000?
43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69,
Nice.
85, 86,
Why did you jump up so
87, I was counting slow, 86, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 112, 967.
Alright, enough.
Impressive.
That felt good.
Well done. Oh, you want to crack my neck.
That was fun. Also helped me be more tired.
That's how Bird
At
knocks
this point,
himself
I'm
out
just on
to
the
get to
stream to
bed.
tire myself out.
Oh, do what I do. Just start singing and moving and gesturing wildly and we could do a mosh pit. Do you want to do a mosh pit?
No, that sounds like too much work.
We could do
Just
like
gonna
a
go
we
like
could do
that.
like a lazy like a kind of a mosh pit, you know, like non-committal. Like, oh!
I'm sorry, are you okay?
Yeah. Does it take a lot of effort for your core muscles to do that?
I would say it's
No,
mostly
really.
my shoulders keeping me held up.
Yeah. I mean that
This-
pose is it's hard to get into the pose. It's easy to stay in that pose because
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like it's
It's not
putting
hard.
pressure on anything really.
I don't think it's that hard. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard for like.
I mean, I'll see how
You're-
long I can do it if somebody gives me like $10, but otherwise I'm not imitating that.
Yeah. Oof.
Bird's non-binary, so that was half pornographic.
Oh my
It's
god!
like almost
YouTube,
illegal.
YouTube, do something. Now I ain't giving you anything, homie. Thank you for announcing yourself. Goodbye.
Bird just banned that person because they said they weren't going to give me money, which is correct. So, you know, be careful what you say, especially with Bird around. All right.
I'm always around.
I love you. It's just you and me now, people. All of you and me. Like a reverse gangbang. Like Ip Man and like Ip Man and John Wick and the dude, all of the dudes from the Raid Redemption, all of them in one. Like just combine John Wick with and also Old Boy and Bruce Lee, you know, not even one of his characters, just actual Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. So I'm like actual Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan combined with John Wick as played by Keanu Reeves and Ip Man as played by Donnie Yen and Ip Man the real person and all of the characters from the Raid. I'm like all of that in one. Which is why no matter how many viewers there are, I could still take them all. There could be 700,000 viewers. And I would just be like, all right, gotta take a really deep breath, I guess. You know, and go in. That's the noise of going into battle. That's the noise you make when you're gonna take on 700K. Just like that, and then you can fight 700,000. You tipsy tricks? Actually, I'm kind of disturbed by how not tipsy I am. I've been drinking really slowly today, so I don't feel any kind of buzz. Ordinarily, I spend a lot longer kind of standing around getting high and lightly buzzed before I start these streams, but I had to get Bird on before he goes to bed, and it was starting to get late, and I was starting to get worried I wasn't going to make any goddamn money tonight. But you know what? It's been half an hour and I've only made $1, so I'm not making any goddamn money tonight. But you know what? It's okay, because I'm going to do other things that I also need to do for my job on stream tonight. That's right, multitasking. I realized all the stuff that I don't find time for, all the aspects of my job that I sideline, I can just do that shit on stream, save myself some fucking time. That's what we're going to do tonight. I don't know why my eyes are so fucking manic today. I look like a psychopath. Jeremy the Quartering. I'm coming for that mouth. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself another drink. Bird was watching the live stream and he heard me say, I'm going to go get a drink. And so by the time I got to the top of the stairs, he was like, the only alcohol left in the house is vodka. And I was like, shit, dog. And so now I'm going to go make myself a mixed drink. But I don't want to leave you all in silence because that's lame shit. You'll get bored. You'll close out of the stream. You'll be like, she's not even here. New people will show up. They'll think nothing's happening. They'll be like, oh, abandoned stream. Gay and dead. And I'll be like, no, it's not gay and dead, it's gay and dead. You'll know because I'll be playing gay and dead. I'm gonna find one where I don't say the N-word and we'll do that. Well, Paradise is my most popular song. Falling to Pieces is my favorite, though. Let's do that.
I'm gonna entertain the stream while you make a song on the stream.
Alright.
I'm gonna read tweets. You're playing a rap song already.
Cover your ears, kids. Grandpa's.
Alright, Grandpa's going away. It's me again. Let's see, what can I read? I'm not gonna read anything, actually. I'm just gonna sit here and stare. I cannot give you any insider information on Landon's life aside from the fact that he needs to stop drinking so much. I cannot believe it's taking this long to make a mixed drink. The statue in the back is a statue of the woman that follows Cersei through the town and shames her as Cersei is being paraded through King's Landing, going shame, 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 but made out of junk mail. I do not like feet. I like my own feet. Also, sus.
You having a staring contest?
I've been staring at them and occasionally answering their questions. They're all very confused about it.
Confusion? I love confusion.
Have you ever seen Tom's the Tank Engine?
Yeah.
You know the biggest problem that, what's his name, Sir Topham Hatt deals with?
What?
Confusion and delay.
I don't remember that.
He always gives all the train shit for causing confusion and delay.
Thank God, who's
Who is he? Are you talking about me? Because if you're not, you're wrong. This is my wife, Beatrice. Beatrice, she. Trixie, the Golden Witch.
I am a tryst full of bees.
Oh, also, we don't like feet unless you tell me to like them in a super chat.
You say you will like feet if someone super chats
I'll
you
pretend to, sure.
Okay, I see. Like if it's rant about why feet are good and you're like shit.
Well, no, like feet are good.
Well, okay, like why feet are attractive then? If somebody asked for that, you'd be like, fuck, I guess I gotta figure out how feet are attractive.
Yeah, no, my mind's running blank there. Can't do it.
Feet is bottom tier fetish, highly freaky.
At least be into thighs or something.
I got them thighs right here. Wow. I'm getting so much affection today. I don't know if I've ever received this much affection in one video before. Love you. Alright. Now it's just me and you again, a third time. So it's time for some primo bullying. It's time for me to make you feel worthless, like sludge and scum on the bottom of a bile-filled boat. I titled this stream Bullying, and so far it has been literally 40 minutes of cute stuff. What is going on? This stream is called Bigger, Better Bully, and it has been 40 straight minutes of adorableness. So now it just feels like it's an ironic parody name, which was not the intent. But that's where we've ended up. Will Bird actually come back, place your bets? We don't know. Well, I finally got a super chat, so maybe he'll be able to rest easy. Maybe the lack of super chats was keeping him up. You know, he couldn't go to bed unless he knew the money stream had activated. Roger Ramos with $4.99. Once again, thank you. Rant about the rules of the N-word. Completely unacceptable at all times. Who can use it? When can you? The most realistic way to look at this, like anything else, circumstantial. I don't think you should apply or think of it in terms of, well, actually, let me put it to you differently. If you have to think about the rules of the N-word, you're probably not allowed to use it. If it's something, but it's like, if you use it in the wrong context, it's always going to be like, no matter who you are, if you're in a position where it's a bad idea to use that word, it's a bad idea to use the word, you know? Like, and anybody could be in a position where it's not really appropriate in that context, or it's going to make somebody feel weird or awkward. Maybe that's even what you're going for, you know, but I just think that it's not like a who can say it, who can't thing. It's like a when should you say it, depending on who you are and where you are, you know, time and place. You cannot, like, white people will be like, well, is it wrong of me to say the N-word in my car while I'm like, literally, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? You know, if an N-word comes out in my car, does that mean I'm does that mean I'm a bad person? So yeah, I think a timing thing. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, like if you're, I think a lot of people, something I can't relate to very well is like the fear of God, the fear of like that someone is watching me when I know no one is watching me. And for what it's worth, I know factually I'm always being watched. I've always got a phone on. I've always got laptops around me. I know that there are devices around that hear what I'm saying. It's not that hard to see what I'm doing. You know, I'm not trying to hide anything because I'm not worried that anything I'm doing being seen or heard would get me in trouble with the people who are listening and watching. You know what I mean? And so early in my career, when unfortunately I made the mistake of using the N-word, it was because I legitimately didn't think anybody would care. You know, I had grown up in a place where my friends all used it freely. Most of them were not white. They didn't really ever give me any, like, nobody ever gave me shit. But also, a lot of them were not black either. Like, I was around people of Virginia Beach, a real melting pot of a place. There's not any, like, there's not even one part of town that's more, like, racially one, like, way, you know? Like, everywhere in this area, the Hampton Roads area, not just Virginia Beach, like, all of Hampton Roads, unless you're old, like, there's lots of old white people, but they're all old, you know? But, like, the younger generations here, it's all military families, it's all people who moved down from New York or up from Atlanta. Like, it's a true melting pot. And so in that kind of environment, like, when I was in high school, there was like racial division in the sense that I saw groups of white kids hanging out and I saw groups of black kids hanging out. And then there was the group I had of people who just did not really fit in, who are of all different races and types, and just, weird people. And none of them had a problem with the way anybody else spoke. When I took that to the internet, I was expecting to appeal to that same type of people, And when I reached a point where I realized like my message is reaching beyond that, and it's not that I'm worried about black people being offended about me using the word. It's that I don't like inspiring white people to use it. I don't like white people seeing me use it and thinking it's now okay for them, because their circumstances aren't the same as mine, and they probably don't understand mine. And now that I've been outside of this area, I've met white people from places where there aren't people of other races. Like, I've met white people who just live around white people, who grew up around white people, who use the N-word freely, and they will talk about it like they're not racist because they're just using it because they listen to rap music or whatever. But then, like, everything else they do is racist. And so I'm like, well, no, you are racist. Like, maybe the way you're using the N-word isn't specifically racist in this instant, but you're using it because you're a racist and you think it's funny. And when I see that behavior, I'm like, I don't want people to think that's me. I don't want people to think that I'm saying it because, if anybody could mistake me for being racist just because I used this word and they don't know me like that, I don't want that, So it was different when it was like people who know me and didn't think anything about it. But like, when it's reaching to people who, are just going to assume like, oh, white person using the N-word, well, that's a fucking bad look, and like, it is a bad look, because the assumption is that you're one of those people, and I just didn't have enough exposure to like real racism, growing up. Like, I grew up in such a multicultural situation that to me, it's like all of us dealt with different. I mean, colorism runs really deep, beyond racism. Like, where I grow up, people are distinguished by the tone of their skin, not just white, black, but light skin, dark skin, or where they're from, Dominican, African, like there's a lot of different ways that people make those demarcations to identify one another with. But there's not as much like heavy judgment. I mean, it's more so if you're foreign. Like, it's a lot worse towards foreign kids around here, where like, tons of military families, so people from all over, and you got kids who are first or second generation immigrants who get bullied like hell. So, that was some of my friends too, who I knew who were, using the N-word regardless of being black. But again, that's this area. It ain't like that all over the place. There's not a lot of America that's as multicultural as Virginia, southeastern Virginia, I should say. So yeah, that's my take on the rules about the N-word in full. And that was a super chat rant request. So if anybody's got another one, it feels weird to look so high up at the camera. I just kind of had it up there because that's where I was before. But now that I'm sitting, I'm like, sitting's kind of nice. I could do some more sitting right now. Maybe get myself a little more drunk. It's hot as fucking balls in this garage also. Your friend gave you the pass, so that's all you needed to hear. And like, that's like, it's just, I feel like a lot of people have it in their head that like one person giving you the pass means anything to anybody else. It's like, if you have the N-word pass with a person, it means you can say it in front of that person, it means nothing to the next person. So if anything, they might consider that person a traitor. Like, I would even say it's not a good idea to let people know that your friend gave you the pass, because that could get them in trouble with other people. Like, you really gave them the pass? Like, why did you do that? How's the Circle Story video coming along? Well, I've only been editing it on live streams, so it's come along as far as you have seen. And we'll work on it more. I'm honestly trying to avoid doing anything that I don't think will make me the most money possible until this month is over. Those editing streams, any stream where I'm doing something that seems like it could be interrupted, people don't tend to try to interrupt it. They'll just watch it because they know it's just going to keep happening regardless of interacting. So I'm trying to psychologically manipulate my audience into continuing to give me money until the month is over so I can make as much as possible before the month is over, because I'm very, very, very broke. So, and I only get paid monthly. So it's it's kind of a get it all in before the cutoff, and that's how much I'm making next month. That's how much I will have for some time. But yeah, there's not much I'm doing that's not recorded at the moment. Like, most of the time in between live streams is like figuring out what we're going to eat, or like, grocery shopping, or literally me watching videos and looking at Twitter to try to figure out what will I be talking about on the next live stream, Mate, what are those shorts? I'll show you. These are some of my favorite shorts. They're just, shorts. They're comfy. They're small, so when it's hot outside, no fabric on all this part of the leg, So when it's hot, instead of sweating all down your leg, you've got just your leg out. So that when it's hot, you're not wearing an extra layer on your leg that makes it really hot. Because the thing about clothes is that the cloth holds in the heat. It holds your body heat inside. So it makes it harder for you to get colder. It makes it harder to cool down the more clothes you're wearing. So if you wear clothes that don't cover up very much of your body, then when it's hot outside, you'll actually be less hot. You'll get a little bit more cooled down. You'll catch a nice breeze on your legs if you don't wear cloth on them. So I would really recommend, if you don't own a pair of short shorts, when the summertime comes around, you're probably really going to regret it. Like, it really kind of sucks to have to, just be boiling your fucking ass off in even full-length shorts. Like, this is a part of my leg I don't want to be sweating. I like feeling the cool air. It's very hot in this garage. I really need to emphasize. So I would really recommend short shorts, if you're going to be in the heat. None of that long short stuff. Some debated back in the day that Isabella Fall shouldn't have reclaimed Attack Helicopter for her story, even if she is trans. What do you think? I can give you a rant about that. You know what, Lapusha, you gave me so much money to read that story, I'm not even going to make you pay me. I'll just give you the answer to that question. I think that the entire meme of the Attack Helicopter thing is so internet that it never meant anything to anybody except for, like, hyper online people. And I think she took all the power away from it with that story. As soon as that story existed, I never heard anyone make that reference again. It became old hat. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Seems like she achieved what she was trying to do. Didn't the Mags to Riches story stream make money with the whole I will put any super chat ideas in the story incentive? No, it made no money. That made the least money. That stream made like $11 or something in 4 hours or something like that. It was very fun to do. I will do more of those streams. Not this month. Not in the month of May. Not while we've only got 2 days left to cram as much money in as we can. This goddamn vodka orange juice, and I don't even have that much orange juice. I feel like I could really use getting smashed right now. Also, it's suddenly pouring rain. I don't know if you hear that, but it has become pouring rain. People are having too much fun to give money. It's true. and that's fine. You know, that was for art. I literally did that stream. I think I mentioned this, but the day before that, I was at Vic and Hope's house to be on their charity live stream, and Victor was like making fun of the fact that I'm like grifting so hard that I was like, yeah, basically my gimmick right now is I tell people they should pay me until they do, and like, oh, you're really leaning in on the like non-art, you know, like do nothing and make money, and I was like, well, first of all, that's all art is, and second of all, okay, motherfucker, I'll do something creative, and then I did a really creative thing, and everybody loved it, and I made no money, and I went, that's not, see, that's what I thought would happen. That's what usually happens when I do something creative. Creativity doesn't make you money. Creativity makes people love you and have parasocial friendships with you, which is cool. Sometimes you can take advantage of that, but it doesn't make you any money. You have to be a dirtbag shill and actually psychologically torment your audience to make money. That's what I've concluded. And that's my tactic. What will I do if the quartering ever addresses my thirst for his mouth and face and eyes? You'll have to super chat me for a full answer to that question. I'm just gonna stare languidly for a while. Oh, the rain's starting to make it cool down a little bit, so that's nice. You have a tea around? No, I have. Yeah, it's over there. Roger Ramos funding tonight's stream with another $4.99. Honestly, Trixie, just ask for money, and we will give you money. Anybody that doesn't get what you're doing can watch something else. Rant about that. All right. Yeah, I mean, well, to speak into this microphone, I have a really complicated relationship with money because I view it as simultaneously a corruptive force that can really fuck you up if you're not careful with it, but also as like the only way to do lots of things that are fun. Like, it's not that I think when I was young, I was more concerned about like learning how to have fun without needing money, and now I know how to do that. But it's like, well, okay, that's cool and all, but if I had money, I could also do all this other fun shit, you know? So like, it's all fine and good that I can entertain myself, but it doesn't really do anything for anybody else, you know? Like, my being able to entertain myself sitting in silence, staring at a wall, it makes me feel like kind of a burden. Like being a monk, right? Like imagine you're a monk and your whole life is like just meditation. Like, I have to assume monks also have like they must, some of them must like farm. Like somebody makes the food, right? Like they don't just meditate all day. Like there must be, you gotta do something. Because otherwise you're just a drain. Like, you could be sitting there completely self-satisfied, but like, if you're not doing anything contributive, you're just taking from other people. Because you have to take in things to live, you know? I'm not so at peace that I can just lay down and die. I think that's, you know, I've been so at peace that I felt like, okay, well this is the feeling that I would let take me if I was ready to go. But I'm not ready to go. So I'm not going to let this feeling take me. I am instead going to deliberately stress myself out. You know, like, I've had moments where it's just like, okay, like I could go peacefully right now, but I'm not going. Like I'm not going to. So instead, I am going to embrace the fact that life will now become more stressful than it has just been. You know, if you're in a moment of complete bliss, ready to die, you're so happy. You know necessarily the next moment will be less good. And so it takes the decision of like, I know I could just pass right now, but I'm willing to face a shittier time, even endless amounts of shittier time, if it's possible I'll end up feeling this much bliss again, or even close to it, you know? That's where my will to power comes from. Lapusha just gave me another Australian $10. I'll get to that in a moment. I'm still answering this. So that's why I have a complicated relationship with money, because the part of me that says I don't need money, I am entertained with my own existence, will get frustrated at the part of me that then is dealing with the stress of making money, because it's like, well, I don't need this. You know, I could just lay around and be fine. You know, I don't need to put myself through all the stress, but I'm doing it for other people, you know? It's like Bird is on my, you know, the Do It For Her board in The Simpsons. I've got the Do It For Her board, Bird plastered all over it, you know, and my audience. Everybody I mentioned on Twitter today, I made a post about everybody who believes in me. And, you know, there's like 20 or so people I listed that I'm like, I know these people believe in me and I'm not going to let them down, you know? So, yeah, that's where the power comes from. Now, I want to make things as good for those people as possible. And right now, the fact that they believe in me, I know is doing something for them. It helps them get through their day-to-day, gives them something, you know, gives them a spark. The same spark that they give me, I know I'm giving that to them. But I could give them so much more. I could take some of their stress away. I could give them so much that they have more to give. You know, that's the wellspring. That's what I look for. I want to create the wellspring where from the fact that I am bringing this success in, it flows all through everybody else around me. And the only way I can do that is by increasing the number of people who believe in me to give me that power. Like, people have to think that whatever they give me, I'm going to do something better with it than they were going to do with it. You know? Like, even if it's just entertain them. Like, if it's, oh, well, you know, I was just going to go buy a video game, but actually I've gotten way more entertainment out of watching your streams, and that 60 hours of gaming I didn't play has saved me $60, and I had nothing else to do with it. So here you go. Like, that's what I'm hoping to inspire, is like people just go, you've given me so much entertainment, it has saved me money. And so I'm going to give some of that money to you so that you can save the people that help you make that entertainment, you know? Because I can't do it by myself. Without that encouragement, without those people, you know, I would run out of ideas. I would run out of self-esteem, I guess. Anyway, Lapusha with Australian $10. Can you read the wiki for Isabel Falls helicopter story, the publication history, and reception sections specifically? Sure. You're really fixated on this helicopter story. It must be like must have been a pretty interesting little historical moment for you or something. Okay. You said you wanted the publication history and reception sections, right? All right. Publication history, original meme. The phrase "I sexually identify as an attack helicopter" is a transphobic internet meme typically used, according to The Guardian, to parody the evolving gender spectrum. The phrase originated as a copy pasta in the online video game Team Fortress 2. I did not know that. It spread to forums such as Reddit and 4chan, where it was used, peaking in 2015, to mock transgender people. Falls story. Isabel Falls' story of the same title appeared on January 1st, 2020 in the January issue number 160 of Clarkesworld magazine. The accompanying biographical note read, Isabel Fall was born in 1988. The story provoked vehement responses, according to Wired. Many readers appreciated the story, including the authors Carmen Maria Machado and Chuck Tingle, but there were so many loud detractors, many of whom were social justice and activist queer people. These readers objected to the use of an offensive meme as the title and suspected that the story agreed with the meme's transphobia or was an exercise in trolling. I don't know how you could think that. Like, just knowing, like, the perspective that this came out 5 years after the meme was even at peak, like, the meme was already dead. Like, this was making fun of a dead meme. Probably they thought nobody would care because nobody's brought up the attack helicopter thing in 5 years. They were like, yeah, this couldn't possibly offend anyone. Oh boy, did they underestimate how offended our community can get. The editor of Clarkesworld, Neil Clark, removed the story from the online magazine's website a few days later. According to Clark's initial note, the withdrawal was made at the author's request. In a later statement, Clark explained that he had removed the story after a barrage of attacks on Fall for her own personal safety and health. He wrote that Fall was a trans woman but had not been out as such at the time of publication and used an intentionally short biography and negligible internet presence. According to Clark, the story was not a hoax and Fall was not a neo-Nazi, as some had assumed because 88 is a neo-Nazi code. Okay. He wrote that the story was an attempt by Fall to take away some of the power that the very hurtful meme by subverting it. Clark wrote that the story had been subject to many revisions and it had been reviewed by trans sensitivity readers, but he apologized to those who were hurt by the story or the ensuing storms. I honestly would believe that there were less upset trans people and more upset pretend trans people. I think a lot of people don't. There's that Arthur meme, right, where it's I don't remember the character's name, Arthur's friend, and he's like, do people do that? Just lie on the internet? And it's like, yeah, mostly. Most of what they do is lie on the internet. And so, like, anytime something like this happens, it's like, okay, but isn't it more likely that this is, like, right-wingers disguising themselves in concern trolling, to get something taken down that they don't like? It's anytime anybody takes something down off the internet because of outrage, my immediate reaction is, like, it's probably not the people you think you're helping that you're helping. Like, whoever you're helping by taking it down, it's not who you think you're helping. Neil Clark wrote in April 2021 that Fall had retitled the work to Helicopter Story in late 2020, and that whether it would be made available again was up to her. Fall said in June 2021 that the story was withdrawn to avoid my death, rather than an acknowledgement of supposed faults, and commented, when people approve of its withdrawal, they are approving, even if unwittingly, of the use of gender dysphoria to silence writers. That's another thing. People are way too afraid of internet death threats. How many times has anyone threatened to death to someone on the internet and then done it? How many? I want a list. I'm sure there's a list. Someone give me the list. I'll read it off. You're not going to be killed. And if you were, you would be a martyr and your message would be clearer. But, whatever. Isabel Fall donated her payment for the story to Trans Lifeline, a non-profit organization that offers support to trans people in crisis. Clark matched her donation. Impact on the author. As a result of the contentious debate about her story and the personal attacks made against her, Fall entered a psychiatric hospital because of suicidal ideation, and withdrew other works with similar themes in the process of publication. Yeah, see, I probably wouldn't write something this challenging if I didn't think that I could handle the scrutiny. Maybe she really didn't think it would be that challenging. Like, I'm not talking about fucking Jeremy the Quartering's face every day because I think I'm not going to get death threats every day. Like, that's part of the process to me. Being still early in the process of transition, she also decided to abandon that process, telling that's sad. Telling a journalist, if other people want to put markings on my gender sphere and decide what I am, fine, let them, it's not worth fighting. She said that she was particularly struck by comments that she must be a man because no woman would ever write in the way she did. That's preposterous, which she said increased her gender dysphoria. Man, people really do. They'll find every fucking combination of words. It's like the right wing trolls are an army of monkeys on a typewriter, and they'll fucking keep typing until they write the Shakespearean level insult to really get into your head. But I read this story. No fucking man writes like that. Ever. No self-identifying man writes like that story. Ever. So I'm sorry that people were able to convince her of that. Anyway, critical reception. Rocket Stack Rank favorably reviewed the story, noting that the author's transparent narration allowed her to effectively convey to cisgender people a bit about what it means to be trans in a very different way than anything I've ever seen before. I can't imagine a cisgender person reading this fucking story. I can't imagine this mattering or meaning anything to anyone except for trans meme lords. Period. There's no one else who I think could understand this story at all. None of it. I barely understood half of it because I didn't know the fucking military jargon. Like, to me, it is like purely otaku. But, you know, whatever. File 770 collected a number of reactions from science fiction writers and fans, some of which read the story as transphobic, while others appreciated it and deplored its removal. Emily St. James, reporting on False Story, commented that the paranoid mode in which the story was received by some was in part the result of then recent right-wing trolling of the sci-fi fandom by groups such as the Sad Puppies. I've never heard of that. Referencing work by Lee Mandello, she noted that Twitter, because of its structural lack of context and nuance, amplifies paranoid readings of fiction, focusing on problems, instead of reparative readings, focusing on positive impact, which can create negative feedback loops, as in this case. Man, that's a lot of psychological jargon to be like, yeah, it's Twitter. One of the story's critics, Aaron Dembo, that's a cool name, the acting president of SF Canada, wrote that this reads like it was written by a straight white dude who doesn't really get gender theory or transition and has no right to invoke transphobic dog whistles for profit. Okay, fuck you, Aaron Dembo. I was trying to compliment your name because I thought this was about to be positive about you, and I didn't want to seem like I was laughing at how dumb your name sounds. But now I feel the opposite. Fuck you, Aaron Dembo. No, it does not. What fucking straight white dude would have ever written that? Are you fucking out of your mind? How do I find this Aaron Dembo person? Where do I learn more about this fucking idiot? Aaron Dembo, an American author currently living and writing in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, so I can't go beat his ass because I don't have a passport. Dembo is best known for her work with Vancouver-based Kerberos Productions, like the Cardcaptor Sakura character. Like they spelled it like the Cardcaptor Sakura character. Imagine being a white Canadian and naming your studio after the Japanese spelling of a Greek mythological creature that only exists because of Cardcaptor Sakura specifically. Kerberos Productions Incorporated is a video game developer based in Vancouver, British Columbia, formed in 2003 by former employees of Rockstar Vancouver. The company takes its name and logo from Cerberus. No fucking shit. They've released 12 games in a handful of genres. Okay, any of these good? Sword of the Stars, never heard of it. Fort Zombie, that sounds like shit. Sword of the Stars 2, Sword of the Stars The Pit. Ground Pounders, Kaiju A Go-Go. Okay, nothing anyone's ever heard of. What about the person themselves? Aaron Dembo. This lady. 54-year-old. She attended the Clarion West Writers Workshop in 1990 and frequently participates in the workshop's annual Write-a-thon, charity to raise money to cover its costs. Dembo holds a bachelor's degree in anthropology with a minor in classical. Why is there so much fucking information about this person's personal life? Who the fuck is this bitch? I've never heard of anything this person has written. Her take is really shitty on the attack helicopter story. Anyway. After the story's removal, Dembo initially stood by her critique, saying that a lot of people might have been spared a lot of mental anguish if a statement about Fall's identity and intentions had been provided. She later apologized to Fall. Well, okay. I take back everything I said. You're okay now. You know, all it took was me reading a few more sentences and now you're okay. I can be very forgiving. You know? The writer N.K. Jemisin commented that she was glad the story was taken down and that artists should strive to do no more of this harm. Yeah, fuck you, N.K. Jemisin. Now you're the problem. What's your deal? Let's get into her. She won a Locus Award. Okay, she probably can write. She later wrote that she had not read the story. Fucking Christ. You're a writer and you judged a story you hadn't read? Fucking A, these people. And she also apologized. So you're forgiven. The Neon Yang commented, when the story was first published, we knew nothing about Isabel Fall's identity, and there was a span. You shouldn't fucking have to. It should be pretty obvious. They didn't ask a trans woman, did they? There was a smattering of strange behavior around the comments and who was linking to it that led people to suspect right-wing trolls were involved in this. In hindsight, they were probably just drawn by the provocative title and possibly did not even read the story. Yeah, no shit. Other writers regretted the story's removal and the attacks on its writer. Robbie Sove, a senior editor at Reason, called the story's removal an example of cancel culture. Sure. Emily St. James of Vox wrote, art should embrace our weakness, our shame, and our doubt too. To insist otherwise is its own kind of prejudice. I agree with that. Similarly, Connor Friedersdorf at The Atlantic wrote, the controversy over Attack Helicopter is another case study suggesting that rejecting art for art's sake in favor of art for justice's sake doesn't necessarily yield more justice. It may help no one, harm many, and impede the ability of artists to circulate work that makes us think, feel, grapple, empathize, and learn. Definitely agree with that. And at The Outline, Gretchen Felker Martin, I know her, I have one of her books, criticized fans for believing that art should communicate moral lessons and that minorities in fiction must be represented in a uniformly positive light, noting that censorship of controversial stories constitutes a rejection of life's intrinsic complexity. I agree with that too. Attacking stories such as Falls just because some readers reacted with hurt to it, she wrote, blocked a necessary outlet for marginalized artists and represented a retreat into the black and white moral absolutism of adolescence or theocracy. Yeah, tell them. Doris B. Sutherland commented that while it is normal for fiction to receive negative responses, the removal of the story from Clark's World created new problems by suggesting censorship is an acceptable solution. Also agree with that. The story was a finalist for the 2021 Hugo Award for Best Novelette under the title Helicopter Story. To qualify for another award, it was republished in a limited edition ebook version. The Hugo nomination resulted in another round of social media criticism aimed at Clark, this time for allegedly not doing enough to protect Fall. Well, that's fucking ridiculous. Well, all of that was unfortunate. That sucks. It was just like kind of a funny, cute little trans book. To me, almost generically trans woman. So when people are saying like, I understand maybe in 2020 I wouldn't have had an idea of what is generically trans, but I don't think any trans woman would read, who has read any trans media, would read that story and think, no way a trans person wrote this. Like the whole time it's like, wow, a trans person definitely wrote this. Like knowing the person wasn't even out yet was shocking to me. I'm like, what? Like, this is like the most fucking gay thing imaginable. Like, cis white people don't think that way. They don't think like that. They can't write like that. They don't think like that. They would have no idea what that story was even about. I think it's ludicrous to even think that straight people would get anything out of that story. Like, even understand it. I don't think they could. And yeah, I rant about anything for Super Chats. That whole thing I was doing just now was a rant for Lapucia about the Attack helicopter story. I should read your comments before Lapusha super chat. It might be useful, hopefully. Wait, which one? Was there one that I missed while I was reading all that? Oh, you're saying to read the one that came before it. Trixie, read my previous comments after this rant. It might be a good idea. Well, okay. I know a Brazilian AniTube community that makes decent money by accepting videos to react to. We pay them $1 per minute, and most of the videos are people saying dumb shit about anime or geek media. If you want me to react to videos, I will absolutely do that. Like if you're pitching this as something to do, I was kind of offering this last night, but nobody bit on it because I was doing a bit where I was I'm wearing pants. These are pants. I almost just flashed my tits. I am wearing pants. But you see, it's 90 degrees, so I'm not going to wear pants with sleeves because I'm not a fucking moron. So, you know. As a straight man, I had to agree. I had no idea what was going on. Like I said, even the parts where it was just like helicopter porn, I was like, I don't know anything about fucking helicopters, man. Still need to read Felker's zombie story. Me too. I've only read the first few like pages of it, and I was like, this is gonna be rough. You know, I'm gonna set this aside for when I really need it. Wear a sundress then? I could. I only have the one though, the blue one. It's fine. I don't think it would be better than wearing this. Like, no cloth is always going to be less hot than thin cloth. It looks like you got yourself banned. Yeah, you did get some tummy for free, didn't you? Well, I don't know. No one's ever offered to pay me to see any part of my body before, so I don't think it's something that I'm going to be able to charge for. I think you're always going to get that for free. Sarah says, all right, I'm out for the night. Got a date with some hot dogs in season 3 of Breaking Bad. Hell yeah. God damn, I want a hot dog now. I don't even got no hot dogs. I'm going to plug my laptop right here. Wait. Yeah, I'd love to do some reacting to videos and shit. If anybody has videos they want me to react to. Sounds like a good time. I don't have hot dog, but I got that dog in me. How much for you to react to this dude called Digibro? Well, I guess, what was the rate you said? $1 a minute was what Amy said they do on the other channel, so I don't know. Figure out the video, figure out the length, and $1 a minute. But I'll react. I don't care whose video it is. It'd probably be a lot easier to say things about my own videos than it is to say shit about other people's. God damn, this place. Hold up. Look at what's on my laptop's startup screen. Look at that place. I want to go there. Where is this? I don't know where that is. I'm gonna find out. Sardinia, Italy. Huh. Cool. Well, yeah, I'd like to go to Italy. That place was fucking gorgeous. Would I watch Amazing Digital Circus episode 1? I would. I've seen parts of it. I've seen bits of it because Bird watched the first 2 episodes, and I've seen parts of it over his shoulder. But isn't that like 30 minutes long? That would cost like that would cost like $30 at $1 a minute. If you want to pay $30 for us to watch Amazing Digital Circus together, we can do that. You know, it's gonna be like the camera pointed at me and it. You'll be like watching it off of my laptop screen, off of your phone screen. But yeah, we can do that. I don't know. Do I like the Yakuza series? I have only played a bit of the first game, so I don't really have a strong opinion about it yet. And I mean the PS2 one. I enjoyed what little I played. Is there a season of this show package deal? What is that going to cost? Well, again, if we're going at a rate of $1 a minute, I theoretically could watch anything at the rate of $1 a minute, right? So let's say if it's a whole season of a show, each episode is 22 minutes long. So it's $22 an episode. And then, well, I guess if we're including opening and ending, it would be 25 minutes. So let's say it's $25 an episode, and then 12 episodes in a season. I can't do math. I'm not going to pretend I can figure out how to math that. You can go ahead and do that if you want. Math that out. Just to correct that, the community I'm talking about, we pay them 1 Brazilian. Yeah, I know. Brazilian money is not worth as much as American money, though. And I'm charging these people American money. Yeah, that would be $1 every 4-ish minutes. I mean, I have to pay for American lifestyle. I don't know what I don't know how far a Brazilian real carries you, but an American dollar does not carry you very far. Our economy is fucked up. It is fucked up. Are rants / answers to super chats still a thing for the stream? Yeah, they're a thing for every stream. Just to be very clear about this, always the rule is if you super chat me anything at anytime I'm live, I will read it, I will rant about it. It does not matter what I'm doing, it does not matter what I'm talking about, it does not matter what the title of the stream is. I'm only doing this for money. I'm not doing it for any reason other than to collect super chats. Every second I'm not getting a super chat or reading something about a super chat, I'm thinking about how much I'd like there to be a super chat that I could react to. So let's just be clear. It's always about the super chats. No matter what. So hit me with everything you got. Everything everywhere all at once. Do it to me. Looking for that blast. $240 a season. And see, the fucked up part is that still sounds too cheap to me. Like, when I say $1 a minute, I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds fair. But when I say 22 minutes is $22, I'm like, well, I guess that's like, okay, that would be $60 an hour, so that's fair. I think I can. There's nothing I would feel bad about watching for $60 an hour. I don't think that's possible. I don't think I could watch a show bad enough to feel bad about making $60 an hour watching it. I don't think it could be the worst thing I've ever fucking seen. Maybe if it was like heinously illegal, like torture porn or something, I'd be like, nah, I gotta tap out. But it's hard for me to imagine getting paid $60 an hour to watch something and not being willing to put up with it, I watch bad things for free. This is an upgrade. I really don't, though. I don't watch bad things at all. Very, very occasionally. I did Mushoku Tensei last year. That's the last time I put myself through something awful for the sake of a show. Just because I knew it was the most popular anime that was airing, and so I knew we had to talk about it. And I didn't hate the second half of the first season, so I thought I might like season 2. It was so fucking bad. So that's the last time I watched something that was just like bad and like put myself through it, and for the sake of clout and making money. And I don't know that it did, because unlike these live streams, there was no way for people to just pay me directly for the things I was saying, you know. Wisconsin erectile dysfunction season? What the fuck are you on about over here? What's going on there? I need a story. I need some more information. Sardinian bandits? I've never heard of that. It's so fucking warm and wet and quiet in this garage. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like there was something my brain didn't get to do before I started streaming, and it's fucking with me. Because I usually spend a long time getting ready for a stream and not really doing anything I could particularly explain, just kind of being alone with my thoughts for a while. And I was chilling with Bird up until the point of the stream, and then he went to bed. And but ordinarily, I would have like a long period of me just kind of staring into space alone, listening to music, thinking about the world before I go live. And as a result of not having done that, I have not really figured out what the direction of this is. Like, I have an idea of a direction I planned on taking this, but I didn't get myself into the mindset to go in that direction beforehand. So now I'm like trying to figure out how to get myself into the mindset to do that without stopping the stream. Like, can I really have you all like watch me pace around in circles and listen to YouTube videos for 20 minutes while I try to get myself in the headspace to do the show I want to do? And if so, should I always be doing that? Should I always just be filming the 20 minutes of pacing around doing cart hits and coughing loudly? Would be incredibly Kino. Well, I mean, how can I say no to Bi'il Sabab? I assume that's how I say your name. Alright.
Okay. Alright. Okay. That's how you truly feel about it then. Alright. Okay. That's how you truly feel about it then.
So my zone, this is going to be my zone, I think. Maybe more like this. Yeah, this will be my zone. Okay, I've got another super chat here. For Ron50. Actually, I got 2 more super chats here. Damn. You had a stream where you just played a game with no on-screen gameplay. I think we're down for anything at this point. Which stream was that? I don't remember that. Are you talking about when I did Elden Ring and it just looked like fucking dog shit? Or did I not realize I had literally no game on stream recently or something? Roger Ramos 199 says, yes, you should always be streaming nonstop Kino. Well, all right. Bird agrees with you. He was saying, because we're planning on going camping this weekend, he was like, it's very important that we pick a stop where we can stream constantly the whole time. Because anytime we're not streaming, it feels like, well, why aren't we? And I was like, all right, if that's how you really feel. Like, for me, I put a lot of mental energy into being on stream, so I usually spend a lot of time trying to work up that mental energy. But if people are telling me that I can just stream myself working up my mental energy, then I guess maybe I'll just have to be on stream eternally. Jeff with Ron50 says, I rewatched We Have Accepted Mediocrity and still vibe with everything. Too many shows, bad shows, wasting animators' time and talent, etc. Could you explain why you don't stand for it anymore? I think it's more the specific examples and stuff that I use that I don't think are good arguments. The thing about We've Accepted Mediocrity is it's just an unscripted rant. I literally just turned on my microphone and ranted for 45 minutes, cut it down, and sent it to Devu. Devu made it a masterpiece in editing. And so everything I say is justified by the editing, by showing you what I mean. But does that mean that it's the best I could have argued it? I mean, it was an emotional outpouring, and that's what makes it a good video, is that it's me being legitimately upset and legitimately emotional about what I see as a trend, and then Devu justifying all of that by proving the point in the footage that's on screen. That's what makes it so powerful. It's not that I think that the video is wrong. It's just that I don't think that I really identified the problem. And again, if you go watch my new anime versus content or why good anime is really hard to make video, that is, to me, really what the problem is. The problem is the culture of how anime is created. It's not just that we as an audience have accepted mediocrity, it's that mediocrity is all that's possible. And we have forgotten love. I talk about that as well. On some level, we are expecting everything to be as good as the people who can do like really amazing work, and there's just not enough of those people. There's not two Miyazakis, there were not two Satoshi Kons. When Satoshi Kon died, nobody was able to take up the project, and fucking Maruyama spent a decade looking. He spent a whole decade trying to finish the Dreaming Machine, and nobody could do it. Like, you can't just make a talent appear. You can't just make someone get more talented. And so the industry is so full of mediocrity simply because so many people want to be a part of it. So many people want to make something, but not enough of them are talented enough. Just not enough people have the talent to make something happen. And I think I was always of the impression that, like, those talented people exist, they're just being underfunded or they're not being allowed to do what they want. But that's not really totally true. Like, it's more like it's really difficult to meet audience expectations because the audience doesn't understand how the stuff is created. The audience just doesn't understand what's going into it. They don't understand what the goals of the production are, and they're not really supposed to. It's supposed to feel like a magic trick, and like, it's hard to run a business in the world of creativity where if you say the quiet part out loud, that ruins the mystique. But if you don't say the quiet part out loud, nobody understands what you're fucking doing, And so it's like this constant balancing act of like trying to maintain a level of, kayfabe, but while also not getting fucked over. And I think that's really hard to do. Hopefully that makes sense. I feel like I'm being pretty vague, but I can't think of like particular examples that help me to express my point. But yeah, like I just think, like I think I have throughout a lot of my life, I was of the impression, because of the fact that I'm somebody who's improved a lot. So when I was like in my teens, in my late teens, early 20s, I really believed that like nurture was way more important than nature, right? That like what you learn throughout your life has way more of an effect than who you are at birth. And the older I've gotten, the less I believe that, the more I think that you are honing who you are. Like, you're getting better at being yourself, but you're not changing who you are. You're just getting better at being you. You're not becoming somebody new. You're not like, and like, to me, that's a big part of transition, is like other people, like when I get the trolls who say stuff like, you will never be a woman, I'm like, I'm not trying to change into a woman. I already was. I'm trying to be myself, I'm just trying to be me better, as opposed to trying to not be myself. So like, to me, it's more of a recognition of like, I was trying to pretend that that if I just try hard enough, I can be a totally different person. And it's like, not really, If you try hard enough, you can be a better version of you. And, I think the reason I bring this up in regard to animation and is that like, if you have the expectation of others that they could just do better, when the trolls say you'll never have paws, and then I buy paw socks. It's adorable. Yeah, like the shit, you made me totally. The image of like just wearing paws came into my head so powerfully that it wiped out whatever the fuck I was talking about. Yeah, with animation, I think when you are of the mindset that like, well, just do better, you know, like then it's easy for you to project that onto other people. Like, well, you know, all this stuff sucks because people aren't trying hard enough, and that's not true. They're trying hard. They just don't understand how to make something good, and the audience. I think that sometimes people just see something good and they recognize it immediately and they know exactly what they like. And then we go through these periods where it almost feels like culture itself is unsure of the answer, where it's like sometimes there's like a unifying one thing is popular, everybody knows it's good, everybody loves this thing, you know, and there's a few things at a time that are like that usually. And then there's sometimes periods where it's like there's lots of stuff that lots of people are kind of interested in. I keep thinking of 2015, like when I made fun of the Asterisk War, when I made the We Have Accepted Mediocrity video, like a couple years later, it was in a period where there just wasn't a really popular anime. Like there was One Piece, I guess, but like not in English-speaking countries, it was still kind of like, I think One Piece has gotten better, like a better reputation now because it has competition. As opposed to like there was a period where, you know, Naruto and Bleach ended, and then it was kind of like, okay, well if you're not a One Piece fan, what is there? You're like, what is there in terms of like super big popular anime? We had One Punch Man, but that's kind of, it only had one season for a long time, and the second season sucked. We had Attack on Titan, but that took too long between seasons, and it eventually ended up sucking at the end, so it's gonna fall off from here on forward, you know, like. And it wasn't really until Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen that I feel like anime came back. You know, like, I guess we had Boku no Hero Academia was kind of the big show for a while. And even that, I think, came after We Have Accepted Media. Like, or around then, you know, around the time of that video. But, like, I made that in a time where it just didn't feel like there was a winner. It didn't feel like anime had a winner. It felt like it was just a bunch of crap. You know, all the time, and nothing was hitting, and nobody was really caring, and anime was just dying. And now it's like, after we had, I think it took Shonen Jump really changing things, like really realizing they had stagnated, they had to do something about it. And the emergence of Jump Plus, all of which helped manga a lot, and then, you know, gave us big series to care about again. So that's helped, and then also, like, it seems like anime, how do I put it? It feels like it's less cash grab than it was just a couple years ago, in the sense that, like, I mean, there's still a billion fucking isekais, but I guess I feel like every anime now is not like, I feel like 6 years ago there was a bunch of very niche properties that were pretending they weren't. Like, are trying to hit everybody because they're like, ReZero was popular, so now light novel shows can be popular, and it's like, no, you're not ReZero though. You know, like, I think this is more of a recognition, like fewer shows trying to be ReZero or Sword Art Online or whatever. Like that is just a genre that exists, and the shows aren't just literally trying to follow the leader. They're just like existing in the genre, you know, which is a little bit of a healthier place. But I don't know. I just think being as cynical as I was in We Have Accepted Mediocrity doesn't help necessarily. I thought I was going to bully the audience into liking better things. Like, a lot of my career as Digibro, I thought I was going to bully my audience into having better taste. And ultimately, the only thing that really made people have better taste was recommending good anime. Like, what really fixed people's taste was not me talking about how bad stuff was. It was sharing good stuff, and then people watching the good stuff, and then realizing how good stuff is. And that's what makes them agree that bad stuff is bad, is that they know it's good. So I think that's the most powerful way to affect people's taste, is just celebrating what's good, not complaining about what's bad. That's why We Remember Love is the follow-up video. Anyway, Amy Talks Anime gave $5 and says, Read that schizo comment I sent on the Trauma Dump chat room 2 days ago and give it your best Steelman attempt at comprehending it. That's a good idea. Since I haven't brought back comments on comments yet, which I'll probably do next month, we'll go ahead and read this ridiculous. So the context of this, Amy wrote about Wonder Egg Priority. I think it was you who wrote about it, right? Yeah, Wonder Egg Priority, or Wonder Egg's ending doesn't ruin its greatness. That's the name of the blog post. This is someone's response to that blog post. I guess, I haven't read this blog post yet, but Amy says, quote, "There is more than one human condition." This person starts their response with quoting that, and then the entire rest is a response to just that sentence, as far as I can tell. So Amy says, "There is more than one human condition," and Ray responds, "Really? Because there's one fundamental human condition, ... The human condition has always been in plain sight for everyone and is no mystery. Period. Therefore, comma, it needs no grappling, comma, no studying it, period. But it needs genuine acknowledgement, comma, and facing it, period." All right. He's buttered me up so hard. I'm so fucking ready to hear what the fucking truth of human nature is. The true human condition is the history of human madness. Hell yeah! When I got to this part, reading this the first time, I was like, yeah! Madness! That's my game! We're on the page! Let's go! Madness! Madness! The true human condition is the history of human madness, mainly thanks to two married pink elephants in the room. Two married pink elephants in the room. Imagine mixing your metaphors. I thought I tortured metaphors. I thought I was the queen of taking a metaphor and just drawing way too much imagery out of it, like taking it too literally. Because when I hear elephant in the room, of course, I imagine an elephant standing in a room. So this person is talking about two pink elephants that are married at that. Holy shit, what a mixed metaphor. Alright, what are the two married pink elephants in the room? And has never been on clearer display than with the deliberate global COVID scam atrocity. Okay. Alright, so the global COVID scam atrocity reveals how the true human condition is madness. Alright. Then they say, there's like a sidebar, C, quotations, the two married pink elephants in the historical room. The Holocaustal COVID-19 coronavirus madness, a sociological perspective and historical assessment of the COVID phenomenon. And then there's a couple of links to a site called covidtruthbeknown.com and rolfhefty.com/covid19-coronavirus.html. Okay. So this is where we're at. Amy said, quote, "There is more than one human condition." And Ray says, no, there's one human condition. It's madness, and the COVID scam reveals this. All right, let's dive in. Now they're quoting just a bunch of quotes from these articles. The first one, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public and global public believes is false." Quoted from William Casey, a former CIA director, a leading psychopathic criminal of the genocidal U.S. regime. Okay. That doesn't sound very COVID related. That just sounds like the CIA is the CIA. You know, that's megalomaniacal. For sure. Definitely sounds like a touch of madness. 2 weeks to flatten the curve has turned us into ... 3 shots to feed your family. Quote from Unknown. Unknown? How do you not know? How can you quote it and say it's a quote if you don't know where the quote came from? Makes me think it's just you. Makes me think it's your quote. We're all in this together is a tribal maxim. This I heavily agree with. Even there, it's a con because the tribal leaders use it to enforce loyalty and submission. ... The unity of compliance, says John Rappaport, investigative journalist. I don't know John Rappaport. I know Michael Rappaport, the actor. I don't know if this is a trustworthy person, but I do know for a fact that we're all in this together as a psyop. Like a government-done psyop. I'm okay with that. I don't think it's a good psyop. I would love to work for the psyop division. I don't know how you get a job there. I live close to it. I live very close to the United States psyop base. The base of psychological operations of the United States military. How do I get a job in that? I feel like I'd be good at that. I feel like maybe I already have a job in that. Maybe they let me live because I'm good at psyops, you know? Maybe they're like, hey, you do it for free. You do it because you like it, so you can just keep doing it. I don't know. Shout out to my psyops. Repeating what others say and think is not being awake. Humans have been sold many lies. ... God, Jesus, democracy, money, education, etc. If you haven't explored your beliefs about life, then you are not awake. Quote from E.J. Doyle, songwriter. No idea who that is, and that didn't sound like lyrics. My computer is fine. I thought it was dying on me, but it just, I guess, went to sleep. If you have been injected with COVID jabs / bioweapons and are concerned, then verify what batch number you were injected with at howbadismybadge.com. I don't gotta worry about that because I never got injected with shit. Well, I don't know how you triggered that person with that specific phrase. But I guess they're just going around thinking about how the human condition is madness all day. And you just activated the neuron that makes them do that. All of this because I said this slightly gay anime is kind of good. Yeah, I don't really think they were even... I don't know if that person has seen Wonder Egg Priority. Like, I don't know how they got to your blog. I don't know why they were reading the post. They said nothing about the anime. They made no mention of your take on the anime. They weren't defending the anime. They weren't attacking the anime. They were completely obsessed with the idea that there is only one type of life, and it is madness. Or one human condition, and that is madness. Now, it so happens that I have a comic that I drew about 10 pages of a couple months ago called Madness. And it's about a guy who wants to be the most insane person alive. And so God comes to him and tells him he has to kill all the other candidates for most insane person in order to prove that he is truly the most insane. Now, of course, he doubts this. He's like, I'm probably making this up in my own head because I'm so insane. But then God, like, deconstructs reality and is like, bitch, don't you talk back to me. Do what I tell you. And so he goes to an island and he finds a dog with a sword. And that's as far as I got in that story. But it's pretty fun. The human condition is pretty madness. I mean, it just depends on how you define the word mad. Like, madness is one of those words that means whatever you want. Like, I'll never forget this. There was a time I was rewatching Rurouni Kenshin with a friend of mine, like 15 years ago almost. A long fucking time ago. And there's a quote from Shishio where he says something like chaos is the true nature of the world. Like, just some shit like that, you know? And at the time, I was like, that's so fucking true. And so I tweeted something like that. And then Ghost Lightning responded like, no, it's fucking not. It doesn't mean anything. Like, that's just a vague word that means whatever you want it to mean. And I was like, you're right. And You know, I think about that a lot. Like anytime I see a phrasing like that, where it's like, okay, well, sure, you can argue that that's the case, but you have to use a lot more words to like explain what you really mean by that. So if you say the human condition is madness, it's like, well, sure, I guess if you think that the way the world is like certain stuff that happens is pretty crazy, you know, but like madness usually refers to a specific state of mind that people enter. And I would not say that the casual human condition is that state of mind. In fact, madness is almost defined specifically by not being the standard state of mind. Like, if it was, it wouldn't be madness. It would be, like, madness is only defined by the fact that you crossed a line. If your perspective is that all of human behavior is madness, well then, like, the word just doesn't have any meaning on a human level, you know? Like, you'd have to be speaking for the perspective of something non-human for that to make sense. It's like if I said, like, everything a turtle does is madness, because I don't understand why it's doing it, you know? Dog with a sword, Sif from Dark Souls 1, except regular sized dog. Did I draw it? Yes. I drew this comic. Basically, because the storyboard I did for Prickly, which is the comic that Mint's gonna draw, I made that with like to be something Mint could draw well. With Madness, I wanted to make something I could draw, like not that I can draw it well, that the story doesn't need to be drawn well. That like the nature of it, like what is a story that if I drew the way I draw, it will still make sense. And that's the inspiration of Madness. I would show it to you, but it's not in this garage, and I don't feel like going to look for it. I don't know. It's probably in my room somewhere. I don't know. But yeah. Let me know on a future stream. Maybe I'll remember. But again, it's not complete. It's not even a full chapter. It's only like, I don't even think it's 10 pages. It's probably like 8 pages so far. Something like that. And I haven't figured out what basically the theory is that it's going to be a story about him, you know, fighting other crazy people one by one, but I haven't come up with any ideas for crazy people yet, other than the main guy. So I just need strong ideas for people he can fight. And then I'll be able to continue that story. And fighting can be very conceptual. I kind of wanted it to be like my Katanagatari. Like, the format that Nishio-Isin used on Katanagatari is something that, like, I've always wanted to do stories in that style where it's just like a hero goes from, you know, one fight to the next, but each fight is like a really weird high concept conversation, you know? No More Heroes, yes, that's another good example. Well, it's what I call the Seven Psychopaths story, because there's the movie Seven Psychopaths, which is basically a parody deconstruction of this type of story. But any of the like Reservoir Dogs or like Dead Rising, any video game that involves you just like fighting crazy people one after another, just that whole format really appeals to me. Of like hero goes from one crazy encounter to the next, and it's all about like the combination of like a weird location, a weird power set, you know, they always have to die in some kind of spectacular way, you know, like it's just a fun format to work with. So I've always wanted to do it. So Madness is my attempt at one of those. But again, I didn't conceptualize it very far before I started drawing it. It was just like, all right, let's go for it. You know, well, we're going to wing it. And then I couldn't come up with a psychopath for my psychopath to fight. From the We Watch Anime Discord, Raisin said, "What I learned from Wolf Children, if you're a girl and autistic, guys will love you. If you're a guy and autistic, you belong in the fucking woods." That was pretty funny. I should probably bring the camera a bit closer so you can all enjoy my internet with me. I was just kind of like, all right, super chats are done. I'm gonna go hang out on the computer, but you know, that's not like fun for everybody, is it? Video Kid, Cowboy Bebop at his computer. You all know that image, right? Hold on, let me get that up here. This classic gem. The only reason I'm not like laughing hysterically is that I looked at this just the other day, but it's one of my favorites. One of my favorite old memes. Figure out my charging cables all tangled up. I almost knocked over that barrel of weird flutes. You notice my barrel of weird flutes? It's not mine, but you notice the barrel of... Wanna fuck around with some strange flutes? Well, that's not how that works. What hole do I need to cover for this to make sound? Well, this one, I don't know how to make it work. I don't comprehend this weird flute. Too weird for me. Okay, what is this one? How do you work? Alright, weird flute. That one's pretty alright. This is just a fucking carved stick. Okay, that's enough of that. Wait, actually. Yeah, that's fun. ASMR. Yeah, I guess that was kind of an ASMR effect, isn't it? I felt a little bit of that tingle. Tingle tangle. What else have I got I can play with around here? Should be some kind of, oh yeah, shakers and this stick. Teach the style when the kids check it for it. The number one question is how could you ignore it? You drop right back in the cup over basement tracks and rap stacks like you drop in the sack like you rewind that and just roll with the rhythm. Rise from the ashes to stylist division. Receive non-stop lyrics so I can almost do it. Not to be forgotten, still unforgiven. And in the meantime, there are those who want to talk this and that. So I suppose that it gets to a point, feelings gotta get hurt. Get dirty with the people spreading the dirt. Come on. All right. I can kind of keep rhythm and sing at the same time if the instruments are not too complicated. We got this guitar, piece of shit, but it's not in tune in any way, shape, or form. And I don't really need it to pretend to play it. God knows I have no idea how to play a guitar. Music is hard. You're right. Let's try a little piano. Oh, tell me if you get this reference. Do you get what I'm doing? I could get banned off of YouTube for this. Technically, playing these notes is a slur. It's amazing. It's actually amazing that I can keep monetization after playing this. Every time I accidentally hit two keys at the same time, I'm like, that melody's over. Someone give her money. I can't take it. Well, something like that. What do you think about that? I made it worse? Shit. Hold on. We'll fix it. I'm gonna fix wolves. How's that one? I've been enjoying your jam session. Oh shit. Sounds like we gotta keep it going. How was that? Cool. All right. All right. I haven't lost any viewers yet, so I guess I can keep doing this. combination of sounds I like. Y'all are really hanging in there. Be like Pomu and sing God Knows 100 times over. I mean, if you pay me to sing God Knows, I'll do it right now. But that's a song that really takes some, you know. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it full power. It's kind of late. I'm not trying to wake up Bird singing God Knows full power, but I wonder how long it would take me to figure out how to play that guitar riff. I think it starts off with those three notes. Something like that. What was that? That's just that. There we go. I learned how to play fucking God knows on the piano. Pretty sure that was accurate. You can call it a spectrum disorder, but that's how you learn to play a fucking song. Alright. Nobody's giving me a super chat. I'm so lonely out here by myself without any money to keep me company. I've got so many people but no money. How am I supposed to keep myself warm without a blanket of greed to cover myself with? Whatever, I learned how to play God Knows. Tonight's a great night. It's so simple. It sounds so complicated, but it is actually incredibly simple. Probably a little bit harder to figure out how to play on guitar, but it's just one note at a time. None of it's chords, so almost by necessity, it's actually easy to play. It's just kind of fast. Trying to figure out how that like ending like you know that she pulls at the end there. I'm fucking bored with this piano. No more of that. My head does not wish to hear those twinkly noises anymore. That was the trance ending snaps and kicks. Roger Amos with $1.99. Does size matter? It's not about the size of the boat, but the motion of the ocean. I don't know. I've only ever been with one penis having person. And let's just say I don't know what it's like to interact with a small penis. I wouldn't know what that's about. So, for me, I would say what I get is enough. I wouldn't need any more. So I would say there can be too much size. I think any bigger than what I get, I can't imagine. I cannot imagine handling as much as I've seen. I've seen intense cocks, and I'm like, how do you fucking fit that inside of you? That looks like it would be painful, you know? But I've also seen cocks so small that I went, I don't really know what I would do with that. But, again, it's really about what you do. Like you have a whole body, you got a whole body to work with. And you got extensions if you want. So, size matters insofar as you make it matter. But it's about what you do. It's about what you do with it. So, maybe that's easy for me to say because it's not a concern for me. But I'll tell you, I don't think it matters as much as you might expect. Probably. But it's hard for me to say. I haven't been in the position to be like, uh-oh, it's not enough. Uh-oh. This dick is too fucking small. Never been in that position. But I've had sex with one penis having person ever, so I have very little perspective on the matter. Why isn't my mouse plugged in? It's just hanging uselessly. Oh, I guess I unplugged it so I could pick up the laptop earlier. Okay. I kind of have to piss, so I think I'm gonna play you guys something quick off the computer, you know, a minute or two I might be gone. Play you some tunes. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, let's get loud and crazy. That'll wake everybody back up. It was dizzyingly loud to walk into. When you're in like a quiet house and then you walk into a room and it's just fucking blasting the loudest imaginable abrasive music. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. No more of that. Hey, new AnyTube Digest. Did you talk
Hey,
about
Shades,
me?
and welcome to another edition of AnyTube Digest. We're going to the best and not so best anime YouTube videos. Think about this
I guess I didn't put out any new anime videos, so he wouldn't have a reason to talk about me. Here's another channel I
Let's
really
get to
like.
this. Bill Maher. Big fan of Bill Maher. Remember seeing him at the Playboy Mansion years ago, and I told him. Sucker had on a robe. I think we all had a robe. I don't know. Point, it wasn't a Diddy party, y'all stop. And then I was like, Bill Maher, respect. And we talked for a while at the bar, and he was like, yeah, all right. Where the black women at? Yeah. All right, you know Bill Maher, you know Bill Maher. So anyway, big fan of his. I used to watch his show a lot. Now I don't watch anything a lot. Unless it's a game. I ain't lying. I don't know what happened to TV. When you're a little itty bitty, you couldn't live without TV. Now, they move. I ain't watching that. So, I know Bill Maher because of the highlights, because some of the national conversation. Seems like he's a different animal than he was before. And I liked it when he was Mr. Liberal, Mr. Left, because he's funny, and he used to have some great opinions, and he used to bring on different guests to give color and context to all the conversations. So it wasn't just all Bill Maher thought echo chamber. It was left, middle, right, etc. Well, things have changed because people have changed. Listen to Bill Maher in this interview talking about that.
They think of you as somebody who was, you know, you were okay with all that, but you've turned.
I haven't turned. Yes, people have said to me, you make fun of the left more than you used to. And guilty, I have, because the left has changed. Now the right has changed also, and even worse. I mean, the right doesn't believe in democracy anymore.
Whoa.
I mean,
Holy
they've thrown
fucking
their
balls,
lives
a
in
massive
sociopath
spider.
named Donald Trump, who only thinks
I'll show you this crazy spider.
Okay, well, that's worse. But it's not like the left hasn't changed also.
See that guy?
So I'm going to call it out wherever I see it. I mean,
He's
there are
fucking huge.
things that have to do with, you know, gender and
Who the
race.
fuck are you,
and
dude? You're a crazy looking
speech
spider.
And just ideas about.
I'm not about that.
you can
I'm
be
not
healthy
about
in
you
any
just
way.
being around here
Gender
like
is
that.
always a
That's,
social construct. And
God damn, that's a
maybe
big
we should
spider.
give communism another try. And maybe we should get rid of capitalism and the border patrol and let's tear down statues of Lincoln and get rid of the police. Just, you know, no. It's not that I've gotten old, it's that your ideas are stupid.
I still am a fan. Look, I escaped gang banging and gang culture. I didn't have to pick, am I a Crip or Blood? I said,
Better outside? I don't really know
and I'll
how.
take what comes from that.
There's not a door to the outside in this
I'm not banging
garage.
just so I can be safe when all y'all getting killed. You stupid. Like he said, stupid.
I hope it's not about to crawl into my dad's luggage.
I'm gonna be up by myself and alive. Curse. And don't touch me, cause I was raised in the hood. Man, I got family.
I guess I could put it in a cup and move it,
Bill Maher knows.
but I don't know.
He's got family.
Hopefully it just wanders off somewhere it's not nearby to me.
Who just wants somebody to call it like it is. That's the
Where
family
the fuck
we
did you
want, right?
go, dog?
Do we really care about a Democrat? Do we really care about a Republican?
Where did it go?
Or do we just care
Fuck my
about
battery.
somebody who gives a damn and calls it like they see it?
Okay, went over that way.
I don't know.
It's heading over
Common
there.
sense. And makes that common once again. Woo! Now, Bill Maher, in that clip, he was fighting his own demons. Y'all caught it too, huh? At first,
That
he was like,
fucking
look,
boy.
I ain't changed the
I gotta answer this super chat. I'm gonna pause this video
Then
and
he
watch it.
went to the right, but the right is much worse. I was like,
Okay. Keep an eye on that spider while I answer this. Cosmic Blue with $5 says, what aspects of Freerun shows the author knows what they're doing in the sense of story direction or any other story you can think of? Well, it's interesting. Freerun seems to me like the author kind of plans out each arc like right before doing it is the vibe I kind of get. And it's because there have several times been where like an arc ends, you kind of get some like little side stories, and then this manga goes on hiatus. And it's like, it really gives me the impression the author's like going to figure out, you know, what they're doing. I lost track of that spot. Okay, I found him. Jesus. I was just sitting here like, where the fuck did it go? And then, you know, like they'll plan it out and then just kind of go for it. And each arc, when it happens, feels very well considered. It never feels like anything pointless happens. Like every piece of information you get is important to what's happening, and then the payoffs are really good. So like Freerun is very much a let 'em cook manga where like you'll, you know, every time a big arc ends, then you kind of feel like, okay, well, it's going to take a while for the story to get like to that point again. You know, like it's going to have to do a lot of cooking before you're going to get to eat another nice meal. And you just got to trust that it's going to get there, you know. You're saying Freerun is not better than FMAB? I think it's handily better than Fullmetal Alchemist. I am not the biggest Fullmetal Alchemist fan, though. I really think that my take on FMA is that it kind of makes its point early on and then kind of spins its wheels. And like I think the characters are fun and cool and all, but the story, it just kind of keeps adding convolution so it can keep going. But I don't feel like that much of the Fullmetal Alchemist story is really necessary. Like the amount of plot events that actually really change anything about the characters or what they're doing is negligible. A lot of it, like if you took it out, it just wouldn't change anything, you know? Whereas with Freerun, I mean, you could say that about Freerun too, but I think with Freerun, it's not trying to be... With Freerun, it's always a nice supplies. Wow. It's always a nice surprise when story happens. because Freerun positions itself as a slice of life, sort of just like lazy historical, like here's what it's like to be these guys in this setting, but then it'll just kind of drift into a major story arc, and then when it does that, it takes it very seriously and it does it very well, and it never feels like anything is pointless. And then when it goes back to doing daily life stuff, like you could say that all of it is pointless, but with Freerun, it's the overall picture is the point. It's not about one tight story that has to be reached, on like a deadline of the world's gonna end if we don't fucking do this. That was the original journey. That's the journey that happened before that Freerun is now sort of imitating with a lower stakes version of it. But at the same time, the story kind of is always reminding you that, like, in a historical context, the stakes are always super high. Like, there's always somebody who's dying out there. There's always somebody who's got it rough and needs a hero. And so, like, with Freerun's story, it's kind of like, yeah, the legendary Demon King has been defeated, but what about everything else wrong with the world, or everything else? Yeah, the hero is dead, but what about everybody else who's great, So, it's that kind of feeling of, it's not trying to be the most important events in the world's history. It's just the world's history, And I think it does such a good job of feeling historical. That's what I really love about it. It feels like the author is somebody who understands history, understands the evolution of culture, and is trying to communicate about that through their story, which in that way makes it one of the most Tolkien-esque fantasies I've ever read. Like, in terms of doing what Tolkien was trying to do, because with Tolkien, it was about building languages. He was just like, I want to build languages, and in order to understand a language, you need to understand the history of the people who speak that language. So he had to create an entire fictional universe with an entire biblical level history just so that he could, create cultures that would then invent languages that he could then write the languages. Freerun is not at that level of, like, trying to be a complete fantasy world, but it is very interested in history and in the evolution of history. How would you perceive history if you lived through a lot more of it, But, like, as human beings, we get about 100 years worth of direct perspective, at tops. We maybe get to 100. And you and I might not be 100, but we can talk to people who are 100. We can learn what it's like to be 100. And Freerun feels like the imaginative part is like, okay, what if we imagined, like, what 100-year-old person is like, but 10 times longer, And that's the imagination part of Freerun, is like, what if you got to experience history in real time for so much longer than other people around you, that stuff that to them feels like ancient to you feels like Tuesday, Tolkien was too good for his time, and it kind of ruined fantasy for a couple decades. Or, yeah, I guess you could. I mean, I think anything that's so good that it makes everybody try to copy it, you could probably say that about. But I also think that usually a lot of those imitators, like, probably weren't ever going to write something if they didn't get that spark from that person, Like, I don't view it like those people would have written something, like, tremendously creative, just like out of their own mind if they didn't get inspired by somebody else's tremendous creativity. That fucking spider, really, he's decided this whole garage is his stomping grounds. So I've just been watching him go in circles around the space, get close to me, I move, he gets close to me again. Where did you come from, guy? Where do you want to be? You definitely don't want to be in here. This is not the place for you. This isn't a spider home. Alright? This is a people place. This isn't a spidery fucking hangout, guy. You make me nervous. You should go to a corner of some sort. It's not that I think you're going to bite me. I don't want to be specious towards this spider. I don't want to I don't want to make any assumptions about this spider and its nature or its relationship towards me. I don't want to believe that it's after me or anything. But it worries me. It worries me. Night, you really gotta pay to ask questions on the stream. PPP, you mean PPP, the lolcow guy? Oh God, spider, please. What should I do? I don't want to have to be watching out for this fucking spider all night. But I also don't want to have to, like, scoop it up in a cup and move it outside and all that shit. But that does seem like the humane answer, right? If I don't want to smash it. He's so huge! You are such a huge spider. I also don't want you getting into my dad's luggage. I keep thinking of that Aesop Rock lyric where he says, all dressed up like a spider in a cup. I know spiders probably don't want to be in a cup. I'm not going to leave him in the cup. I'm going to take him outside, toss him into the yard. I need a big enough paper to slide under the cup and know that it's not going to slip. Uh-oh, I lost him again. You're really fast when you want to be not found, aren't you, guy? There you are. Maybe you'll find yourself somewhere I'm not going to get to you so easily. It looks like you're about to run under a thing. Interacting with a spider. Give the spider a name and add it to Mags. Yeah, it'll be working with the winged fucking snake or whatever. It's true. Yards are a good place for spiders, not garages. It's just a matter of the transit process. And okay, he keeps running in and out of under stuff. I'm trying to think if I'm looking around, trying to think of where I will find a little bigger paper. Here we go, this big old thick booklet, this should do it. I'm not going to smash you with this, I'm going to capture you. You're over there by the Lysol, okay. Now he's heading towards the corner. Now he's heading towards the dark, dank places I can't reach him. If you come back, you're leaving this fucking garage. I hope you know that. What a fucking dude. It's not hard to have a treaty with your local spiders. It's true. I mean, I generally like to spare spiders because they kill other bugs. And usually, they're not trying to get in humans' business. You know, unlike any kind of parasite bug that hates human, or not hates, but that thrives on humans, and that you know, something that makes you itchier. He's running around again. Oh shit! I keep forgetting that my phone is plugged into a battery, and then like dragging it and dropping the battery. Just got another super chat from Roger Ramos for $5 that says, "Rant about The Boy Who Cried Wolf by Aesop," and then a link to read it on read.gov. That's a real website, read.gov. All right, Aesop's Fables, Boy Who Cried Wolf. I've definitely, I mean, I feel like I must have read this before at some point in my life. Do I have to read it off of that .gov site? Because I'm getting some I see it's on storyarts.org. Let's see, what was the exact link you typed? read.gov/ASOP43. Okay. Oh, right, cool. It's got illustrations and everything. It's actually called The Shepherd Boy and the Wolf, according to this website you linked. So, The Shepherd Boy and the Wolf. A shepherd boy tended his master's sheep near a dark forest not far from the village. Soon he found life in the pasture very dull. All he could do to amuse himself was talk to his dog or play on his shepherd's pipe. One day, as he sat watching the sheep in the quiet forest and thinking what he would do should he see a wolf, he thought of a plan to amuse himself. His master had told him to call for help should a wolf attack the flock, and the villagers would drive it away. So now, though he had not seen anything that even looked like a wolf, he ran toward the village shouting at the top of his voice, "Wolf! Wolf!" As expected, the villagers who heard the cry dropped their work and ran in great excitement to the pasture. But when they got there, they found the boy doubled up with laughter at the trick he had played on them. A few days later, the shepherd boy again shouted, "Wolf! Wolf!" Again, the villagers ran to help him, only to be laughed at again. Then one evening, as the sun was setting behind the forest and the shadows were creeping out over the pasture, a wolf really did spring from the underbrush and fall upon the sheep. In terror, the boy ran toward the village, shouting, "Wolf! Wolf!" But though the villagers heard the cry, they did not run to help him as they had before. "He cannot fool us again," they said. The wolf killed a great many of the boy's sheep and then slipped away into the forest. Liars are not to be believed, even when they speak the truth. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a classic fable. I think we can all agree with that. It's not a good idea to go around telling lies, especially about things that if you were to say them when they were true, you would really want people to believe you. You shouldn't go around doing that. Not a good look. Still looking at this spider. He's come back close to me again, so I think it's time to capture him. Y'all ready to see a spider capturing? Okay. Such a big fucking spider. Well, he didn't try to run, so that's good. Oh, he got out. How do I get the paper under there in a way that will definitely go? This is too thick to fit under his legs, is the problem. How will I know if he climbs up the sides of the cup? Because that's usually what helps, right? Is there natural inclination to try to climb up into the thing? Doesn't seem like he's trying that, though. Let's see. What have I got on hand? Got a lot of music papers. Alright. Maybe this. Okay. Now I know you're in there, guy. Should be enough to seal to keep him in there until I get outside. I'll be back. Alright. Spider has been placed in the backyard. It came very close to escaping the cup right as I was opening the back door. But I got him out there. Such a big spider. One of the biggest spiders I've seen in a long time. Wow. Fucking A. Hell of a fucking spider. Okay. Fuck, I finished my last rant, right? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Boy Who Cried Wolf. Yeah, classic story. Absolutely important for everybody to know, I think. It's one of those fables you really gotta grow up with or else you're kind of fucked. Luckily, everyone does, I think. Now I'm gonna listen to the rest of this video I was watching. It's interesting because Bill Maher, I don't know if you guys know Bill Maher. He's a political pundit of sorts. My mom's always watched his stuff and still does. And there was a time where I definitely thought he was like one of the smarter, funnier dudes. You know, he had an HBO show. He's able to say a little bit more than the other TV pundits. There came a time where I stopped being able to trust any of these people or taking them seriously. But Bill Maher is unfathomably out of touch. And that Bill Burr clip you might have seen recently, Bill Burr, comedian, went on Bill Maher and kind of just made fun of him relentlessly for being just the most pretentious douchebag imaginable, which is pretty fucking funny. This guy, Marcellus Wiley, that I'm watching right now, who I like, he's a YouTuber I discovered recently, kind of an old guy from Compton, who just shares interesting opinion. I think he's a very wise dude. He's got a lot of good takes. So he's kind of going over how he, I guess, he considers himself a fan of Bill Maher, a longtime fan. But he's kind of getting into Bill Maher claiming that he hasn't changed, that the world has just become dumber or something. And this guy's like, I don't know. Seems a little out of touch, Bill Maher. That's where we're at in this video.
Oh, here we go. Can't let it go that easy, right? And then all of a sudden he's like, I'm more specific, Donald Trump and all that. Oh, democracy. I was like, all you gotta do to keep me as your fan is balance that conversation out. Come on, dog. Come on. Because you have more to say on the right. I know, because I know more. There's way more to talk about on the right that's bad. But I was like, just give these equal due process. Oh, and then he went there on the left stuff, talking about the communism and the gender. You can't even call a boy no more. What the? Hey, that's a boy. That's busting out on boy. Hey, move, dog. Look at him get on my face. That's a girl. And all these questions is funny because my kids come home with some of these questions, and boy, the answers are tricky because you're trying to be delicate because they're 5 and 4 and 8, but at the same time you're like, man, look, I'm raising young adults. You're gonna be a young adult before I love it. I gotta put this code in you right now. That's a boy. Well, boys wear dresses that no. I said they wear them, but it's more costume. They're doing dresses. I don't know. I don't have a good answer, but I certainly know a boy's a boy. And all these other things they was mentioning, the race. The race.
Let's see. I almost agree with him. But how do you identify what a boy is? That's the difficulty.
Race stuff. But you can't distract me, dog. You know that if Christian Bloods couldn't distract me, people's complexion ain't gonna distract me. I'm looking for good people. I am not a man of the people. I'm a man of the person. Trust me. Everywhere I go, I am not looking at the group like we down. I ain't cool with you.
Yep.
I am not. No. Who are you? Obviously, you know me. You just said, wow. Who are you? I don't care if you're this big. We could be best friends. I don't care if you're this big and you on top of the world. Man, what you talking about? Nah, I'm good, dog. I'm good. Y'all gotta live that way, man. People out here tripping. Give away all of that good work Martin Luther King did, right? People want us to be judged by character. And then y'all gonna just be characters. I'm a big side, and when I pick a side, I feel safe. Once I feel safe, I'm protected. It's the same thing that happened to the gangsters. You pick a side, you think you good, you worse, because you picked a side. How many of y'all Democrat? Raise your hand. You too? Okay, there you go. Alright. How many times you listen to something from that side and be like, interesting. That's not that bad. I hear you. Come on. Hey, how many of y'all Republicans out there? Whoa, calm down, calm down. Okay, I see you. Let's go. Come on, man. Hey, I see the beard. Come on. All right, yeah, you too. All right, you too. All right. How many times you heard what they said? You like, not me? I'm stupid. Nah, all right. Get it? Y'all get it? If I had to generalize, I think, because I've been Democrat, I voted Democrat all but once. And so being on that side for so long, I think the word that really describes it is like, it's empathy, but it's a different degree. Like even Bill Maher said.
I don't expect you to pay attention to video I'm watching. I'm just watching it for my own sake.
To the point where you don't care about anything, because you care too much about everything. You know, like you can't like every girl, because then you ain't in love with one. You know what I mean? You can't like everything. You gotta be, something gotta be better. So that's what that experience felt like to me. Tell me what y'all felt like. But then I've been on this side and voted, and I was like, oh, they don't give a damn. But they actually are really accountable. So empathy, accountability. Like they like, man, I don't need nothing. I got this. But we need each other, community. No, I don't need nothing. I'm generalizing. Obviously, it's specific per issue. But point being, Biden and Trump, look, that ain't the best representatives of both sides, right? If you had to pick the gang leaders, you know what I mean? That ain't necessarily the biggest grip, the biggest blood you know. It's like, how do you represent like that? You know, that's how it feels. But I'm proud of Bill Maher for knowing that he has created a cottage industry for himself, being a certain way, and didn't care about that way, cared about the right way, which is just telling it like it is. And I need to watch the show more, but it's on TV, so good luck. The point being, he is actually living by what we all should live by.
I mean, yeah, but not if you're gonna close yourself off and not listen to people. I think Bill Maher is just very provably wrong. That's the issue. I gotta pee.
Well, it's different. At least it's not called Vengeance Rising Aftermath or whatever. I don't know if it's an improvement. V Rising sounds more like ER Doctor shorthand for some malady for female reproductive organs. In truth, V Rising is a base building crafting action RPG sort of affair, but rather than being the usual hapless schlub in leaf pants going about smacking trees and rocks, you're a cool and dangerous vampire warrior going about smacking trees and rocks. I like the way our character continues doing their cool squishy attack combos with cake fluttering dramatically as they cut down trees. Nice commitment to the bit. V Rising employs an overhead camera, giving the action RPG bits a sort of Diablo-y feel, and the base building bits an aura of The Sims, the whole effect being akin to an updated version of the first Legacy of Kain game, but where Kain splits his time equally between bloody revenge upon the living and landscape gardening. The story of Elevated Vagina is, to put it diplomatically, clearly geared for the attention deficit. One cutscene at the start, and that's your lot. Hey, vampires used to rule, now they drool, humans run the world, now you're a vampire, do something about it, I guess. Then you wake up in a cemetery with nothing but your dad's old trousers and a crafting recipe for a pointy stick. Feel like adding a bit more context to this game? Piss off and punch some trees, bitch. I'm not fucking...
Super chat. Cosmic Blue with $2. Would you ever stream yourself playing GeoGuessr? I've never heard of that. I'll look into it. GeoGuessr. Is this about...
Welcome to the world of geoguessing.
I'm learning.
The players guess where they are on a Google map based on one screenshot.
Yeah, compare Google Maps.
Okay, I think I've heard of
Wire
this.
talk to geoguesser Trevor Rainbow.
If you look at this possum guard, those are distinct that hasn't made in Australia. There's an eastern road north massive building where there's dead flies on the camera.
To find out how he guesses countries in 0.1 seconds.
Oh my god. Honestly, I dedicated any ounce of free time in the past 13 months to.
I guess we're gonna do it right now. Oh Jesus, you have to pay for it? $30 billed yearly. Well, that's not happening. Is there a free version? Ah, here it is. Free. Free. It says free, but it didn't. There was no free. So we've decided to no longer offer the possibility of playing it for this fucking phrasing. For over 10 years, GeoGuessr players have had the opportunity to play the game for free. We have decided to no longer offer that possibility starting February 1st, 2024. Therefore, all existing players with a free account will need to sign up for a GeoGuessr Pro subscription to continue playing the game. Well, so much for that. Let's watch this guy play it instead, I guess.
Welcome to the world of geoguessing.
Okay, I heard this part.
Recognition, vegetation, how tropical it looked, what people would get. The first thing I want some people to learn is telephone poles, bollards. Learning what side of the road countries drive on is extremely important. There's a couple things that we're looking for on utility poles, telephone poles. You're looking at what it's made of, the design, if there's stickers on it, or different types of markings on the poles. Because all these different things together are very helpful in going into an educated guess. There's different types of poles. There's ladder poles, there's pulley poles, there's A-frame poles, there's hook poles, and then from there you have like, okay, this is wooden, this is concrete. 95% of the poles that are concrete in Australia are in Victoria. So if I see a concrete pole, I know I'm in Victoria. If I see a black sticker driving left with looking very tropical, it's going to be mainland Malaysia. Or a blue
Man, the world is not ready for when this guy applies this autism to something important.
sticker is in France on the telephone poles, and ladder poles are in Spain, Portugal, France. It's very, very helpful to learn these different types of poles and what different material each country uses on their telephone poles to help narrow down your guess. Bollards are pretty much just road markings in different countries. Every country, for the most part, has a distinct bollard. So pretty much if you see one bollard, you know you're going to be in that
I didn't know
country.
this was called
There's a website
bollards.
geoguess.com too that has like all the bollards listed out. It's like extremely helpful. Like Denmark has the yellow top, or you can go into more region guessing based off like Canada. Well, Alberta has black, white bollards, or Australia and Turkey have similar bollards where it's like white with a red strip, or New Zealand has white with a red strip, but the red strip goes from end to end. License plates are extremely helpful as well. It's worth mentioning all license plates are blurred, so you have to learn what blurred license plates look like. A lot of times it's easier when it's like a very distinct color, like yellow, whereas if it's yellow front and back, it's going to be Netherlands or Luxembourg. If it's yellow
Or
just
New
back,
York,
it's going to be the
or
UK, or sometimes
Virginia.
France.
Even the length of a license plate is a clue.
Mexico has short, colorful plates, where Ecuador has short and long plates. And then there's Brazil that only has long plates.
Some spots are easily recognizable because of unique characteristics. Sometimes it's the shape of the sign,
The Hokkaido arrow sign, where it's pointing at the road line, it's only really found in where it snows really heavily in Japan, which is mainly in the north.
and sometimes it's really just knowing about the Google Map car.
Kyrgyzstan and South Kyrgyzstan were covered by different people, to where one in the south was shorter, so the reflection of the camera under the mirror was at different angles, so you would learn what percentage of the road you could see on the mirror, so you could tell you're in South Kyrgyzstan versus north.
And if you've seen Trevor's TikToks, you know he's able to guess the location by literally just the soil.
Soil guessing really goes into every single guess, but basically what you're looking at is
The like really good looking but like unfathomably autistic guy archetype is endlessly fascinating to me.
you're looking at the color of the soil and overall the vegetation that's within the soil and around it as well. Is there more pebbles? Is there more grass? Is it more green? And then overall, a lot of it really is, as much as I probably really couldn't describe it, but like some things just look like South Chile soil. Okay, round one here, we have light gray soil, very arid climate. I'm gonna go North Botswana here.
Botswana.
So like,
I wouldn't even know where
And let's
Botswana
move
was
on
on
information.
that.
It's time to pinpoint.
So when you're pinpointing, you're looking at things. The first thing always when you're pinpointing is to look down at the road and see what direction the road is going. So you can get the exact angle that the road is. And you can
Y'all
use
are all
that
saying
to
you play it
reference
for free. Where do I gotta go to get it for free?
So I need to find
Oh no, it
something
says you're on
with
$2 a month. You
with
just
this
forgot you were
angle
paying
with the
for
curve
it.
going west.
Incredible.
Obviously, using signage is super helpful.
What would this guy's
There's
neurotype
obviously
be?
A town name or a street name or a highway
He
number
seems like a living
that
computer.
pinpoints the
I'm
roads
guessing
from there.
living
Some people
computer
realize that
analyst
have a wider
area
numbering than others.
for
Like,
sure.
for example,
Maximum
Denmark is a very easy
maximum brain
because every
speed
road in
for
Denmark is
sure.
like labeled everywhere. It's like one of the easiest pinpointable countries because there's just road numbers and towns everywhere.
Now, let's see how Trevor guesses in 0.1 seconds.
Sweden. So Sweden here is a very easy guess to most.
Like
road
his
players.
archetype feels
Because
very
really
L
the
from Death
short
Note to me.
white
Like,
dashed key outer lines is Estonia.
or
and
Jesse
Sweden.
Eisenberg playing
They're
Mark
very common in
Zuckerberg.
Sweden. Norway has dashed outer lines as well, but they're longer in length. What was that? France? Oh my god. So the bollard we had in the bottom right there, it's black and white, but if it was colored, it would be white, red, white, and it's like a lot bigger round bollard than most usual bollards. And those are
Actually, he sounds more like actual Mark Zuckerberg even than Jesse Eisenberg playing Mark Zuckerberg.
There are some places that are still really, really challenging.
Baltic roulette is the death of a lot of world records. So the Baltics are so hard because they all look the same. The most that I struggle with are Indonesia and Russia because they're humongous. Fun fact, you take Indonesia and stretch it to actual size, it's actually bigger than the United States. I don't think I've ever 5K to Russia lock, now that I remember it. Or Indonesia. Alright, one day. I'm still getting things wrong. I'm still getting regions wrong. So there's more to learn. Right now I'm learning Australia, just because I want to be more precise at learning Australia, and then eventually I'll probably get into Russia. I would say after Russia is Turkey. I really want to get better at Turkey. That's the best part about this game is as much as the best player in the world is at this game, he has so much to learn. Especially as Google updates coverage, we get more countries. Recently India got released, which we've never had India coverage before. So now we have to learn
What do
India.
you mean by
I
bigger?
learn nothing more than the JSR community. We're all just a bunch of nerds that sit in Discord and search
Just
for
longer?
locations and find
Like
different
across?
different countries and play together and compete together. There's probably 500 of us competing at a high level. That's growing every day. We've done this forever, for years, for just ourselves.
Yeah, I get it, guy. You GeoGuess. You're the GeoGuesser. That man is the GeoGuesser. Yeah, I doubt I would do very well on that game. I haven't been anywhere outside the United States, so like, if it was just the US, I think I would do really well. If it was anywhere other than the United States, I'm just gonna look at it and think of whatever state it looks the most like, probably. When he was going over all those like polls, the whatever the fuck, I already forgot the word, ballards or whatever. I was like, I feel like I've seen all of those designs. Like, those are the American ones really that different? Like, are they distinct? Or is it really got me thinking about them. Like, damn, I don't know. They all look like the same, don't they? But he's noticing these like little meticulous things. And no, only in Denmark, I guess, does it look like that. Okay. IG. What do we want to watch? Do we want to stream snipe EVS?
My cough count yesterday was 236.
Who are you watching? I'm watching him watch somebody else. No, we can't go that deep. What else is happening? Mint Salad saw Bloodsport.
I'm Salad. I saw Bloodsport. It is directed by Newt Arnold, written.
Yeah, I don't care about that movie. I don't know the sport guy. More about Diddy. Oh, that's a cool looking
Okay.
guy.
Hold on.
Oh, this is a whole ass
Let
live
me show
stream.
you how big this buffalo is.
Yes, show me the big buffalo.
There's this buffalo, and also over yonder. Where is it? Where's that boy at? I just
It's Not
fucking
a
saw it.
buffalo. Yes. No.
Yeah, there's a buffalo out in the distance over there. Check out that buffalo. First,
Yes.
get this buffalo.
Buffalo. You see this alright? Can you see this buffalo?
Me and my homies pet our buffaloes.
Y'all aren't even speaking English in the chat
Make sure
anymore.
you pet buffalo once or twice a day for maximum happiness.
Somebody like being a shitlord in Portuguese, and then y'all were like, haha, turns out we know what you're saying. That's pretty funny.
Make sure to wax their horns.
Make sure to wax their horns.
He's my pal.
Yes.
My friend.
Yes.
Oh man, I only knew the buffalo for like maybe 30 seconds. But now, look at the buffalo. It's all nice and pretty. It's got a nice painting. This person knows how to do colors. Is there anything on this side? Hell yeah. It's the same thing. Buffalo.
Hell yeah, it's the same thing.
Buffalo. Look at this buffalo.
I'm looking.
Isn't it good fella? You're a good looking friend. I agree with you there. Good pal. There is a lot here. Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot here. A whole lot. Tiny arms, dude. What's up with the arms?
Alright, well, I got what I came for. That was some fucking choice buffalo content, man. I know you're not watching right now, but if you end up seeing this, that was some choice buffalo content. Oh yeah, fucking Count Dankula made a video about the Booty Warrior. It's 30 minutes long though. Oh, I was about to watch these guys debate about
really
Korra.
special about like bonding with these fictional kids that are you kind of grew up.
That was an awkward place to have
you know,
clicked onto the video
You
at.
can't really like catch that again with these people that are now getting into adulthood when you do a sequel to that. That's really you're not going to capture them with the same way with the characters. Right. So that's where I think
This channel, Resonant
has a
Arc,
clear leg up.
really good. They mostly talk about RPGs.
However,
Count Dankula, isn't that a grifter? No, I think he makes content. I would say his content is content.
But what I imagined was the thought process.
Politically, he grifted off of UKIP for a while. I think he mostly did it for fun, but
more complex. Something a little more not so straightforward as far as plot goes, and as far as maybe like working in politics, working in like difficult sort of like a social type issues within that same world, and that is where I thought the show really shined. I thought that it was written in a very balanced sort of way, in a way that didn't preach or in a way that didn't like try to tell you what the answer was, but that presented some issues that were complex and where it wasn't just so easy to just point at there's the bad guy and they're horrible and whatever. I think they did a good job of trying to show that there's more nuance to life than that. And I think that that's what I appreciated about the writing in Korra. Now, as far as I remember,
you probably are thinking of the right person. Like, whoever you last heard about Dankula from probably didn't like that. Didn't like him. A lot of liberals do not like Count Dankula because he ran with UKIP for a while. But he's mostly just a meme lord. He's the guy who got almost imprisoned because he taught his dog how to do a Nazi salute as a joke. And that kind of experience, I think, radicalized him towards free speech. Rightfully so. It was pretty fucked up. He literally took like a massive charge from the Scottish government or whatever.
The people at the bottom up by bringing the people at the top.
UK government? I'm not sure which one.
And that's
it is
a pretty what is that? The envious attitude. It's an instinct a lot of people have.
Yeah.
Right. But anyways, that I thought that was a very interesting one because that's usually people that was taking a more individualist stance over the collectivist stance, which most media tends.
This guy is one of the most handsome dudes on YouTube. Kaysen.
I kind of liked that villain character.
You know, he's married, so I'm not going to
Okay,
say
I
anything
guess if you haven't watched it, you
crazy.
probably
You know,
watch it
shout out
just
to his
because
wife.
it's
I'm sure
particular.
she's wonderful.
But
'Cause,
what I liked about it was that
that guy's
he
one of the
was actually a vendor the whole
just
time.
most rizzed out
You know, and
dudes,
so
in
it's
my
like,
opinion,
anyway,
on this
they were a
platform.
Very complex villain. There's some, and by very complex, I mean very complex in comparison to a kid show. It's like graduating a kid show into like the beginnings of thinking about more difficult socio-political topics.
And his relationship with his brother was so interesting.
Really.
And the way that season ended, just tragic, but also like very deep. I felt that.
Yeah.
Like season 1 really made me feel.
Especially the way they were.
Also, this show,
some of the
this is literally just content but
Russian
better.
kind of like powers of the
They just
original show, like,
did the
say,
same.
like,
They
was it
just did a
Tara?
better job at doing what we were
And,
trying to
like,
do.
this dude is bloodbending and stuff. Like, it was just a really nice lead into, okay, we're still in this world.
Right.
Okay, we still got the really cool magic and sort of like world rules of that.
Right.
But we're gonna try to dig into something a little meatier, like as in meat, MEAT, meatier than
the summon.
Than what we did in the original show.
Yeah.
So we're kind of taking a step up from maybe like a kid show to a young adult.
I don't care
kind
anymore.
of shift thing. And I
Stop telling me about the Legend of Korra. Games you didn't know were actually esports. That sounds interesting. Let's learn together.
On our channel, we've talked about a lot of niche games that have surprisingly dedicated esports scenes. But today, we want to take it a bit further and look at a couple of games, or even programs, that'll
I predict Catherine will be on this list, but that's the only one I can predict beforehand.
have you asking, how can this possibly be an esport, or maybe even just have you questioning what the heck you're looking at. Starting off,
We have the potential for some very heavy rain tonight.
let's kick things off with the roguelike third-person shooter, Risk of Rain 2. The single-player and co-op game features characters and item builds that can get completely out of hand. It features insane mods, like Ganondorf from Super Smash Bros., and it boasts hours of challenges and replayability. Somehow, this game has also produced a highly engaged competitive scene. Developed by Risk of Resources, this is Loadout Races. In a loadout race, 3 to 4 players compete with the same character on the same randomly seeded run, with the winner of each round being the player who kills Mithrix, the game's final boss, in the fastest time possible. Every time you die, 5 minutes gets added to your total time, and after 4 rounds, a winner is decided. To spice things up, each run is played on Eclipse 8, the game's highest difficulty multiplier, which causes players to suffer numerous debuffs and take permanent damage. Since you can't prepare for a randomly seeded
Would you be
run,
more
this
interested
isn't your
in
average speedrun,
being
and
able to
success
see
in
the
this
video,
format comes down to decision
or
making.
being able to see me walking around the room while I listen to the video? You won't be able to see the video at all.
Watching the players navigate each
Let me
level, hearing thoughts from the commentators,
Scorpion could be very, very strong for the Netflix fight.
and seeing a race come down to the wire is surprisingly entertaining to watch. Risk of Resources features weekly streamed matches, a website where you can find others to race against, and a super active Discord. If you want to see some good examples of loadout races, check out one of Disputed Origin or Wooly's videos. And if you think you have what it takes to navigate something like this yourself, then head over to Risk of Resources website to learn more and get involved with some races of your own.
You know what else is causing a risk of rain? My tears from you not subscribing.
Our next game is Killer Queen Arcade is a 5v5 team
Ooh.
game that kind of functions like a mobile platform. Each team
This game, if you've never heard of this game, this is an arcade game, like a 5v5 arcade game. So imagine what that looks like. And the reason I've ever played this is that at the Crunchyroll Expo after party, they had this. So the Crunchyroll Expo after party was in this like arcade lounge, like arcade bar, in San Jose, and we had like the back area reserved for Crunchyroll, and so you know, everybody who was like a guest was there. This was where Miles pitched the Crunchyroll Awards to all of the AniTubers, where literally the conversation went like this, where Giguk, who had told all of the rest of us in this group that we were planning to organize a big anime awards with all of the AniTubers, and Miles just went, actually, we're going to do that. Actually, we're going to invite all of you to come give awards. And then he told me, probably not you, because I had been a shit all day. And he let me know pretty much right then and there that it was just going to be the big guys. We're going to all get invited to go do that. And, you know, they quickly realized that that was the better idea than organizing a bunch of AniTubers, most of whom don't really take it seriously as a job, and so would not have been able to work on it professionally at the capacity they needed to. So probably right for Crunchyroll to take it from us. You know, we just would have fucked it up. Us kids out in the wastes. Miles really did sift through every AniTuber, and anybody he thought competently could work for Crunchyroll, he hired them in some capacity. But and that was all 6 years ago. But anyway, at Crunchyroll Expo, you know, not long after we had this meeting at the table with me, Arcada, Giguk, Mother's Basement. Who else was there? Me, Arcada, Mother's Basement, Octopimp. I know somebody else was on that panel we did. Canepa was probably there. Yeah, I think that was the full group we had, that we were partying that night. That was the group. Miles basically had us. Like that, we were his group. Miles was like leading us around. So like we all had kind of gathered around Miles, we were talking to him about this idea, and then we ended up he took us to like a Mexican burrito place after that was very good. I said Mexican burrito place. I meant a Tex-Mex burrito place. Anyway, or Southern California burrito place, I guess would be the more appropriate way to refer to it. What the fuck? Why did the computer just suddenly crash? Why did this browser crash? That was weird. This game, who should decide that everybody is going to gather around this but Freddie W. The Freddie Wong. One of the most famous old school film YouTubers, like short filmmakers. Guy who's taught lots of people how to make YouTube short films. He made all his classic Call of Duty in real life videos. That guy just gets up and is like, alright everybody, we're playing this game right now. This game's fucking awesome. We're all playing this game. And I'm like, alright. And he was right. Everybody, the first 10 people who happened to be standing nearby to Freddie W., we all jumped on this game. And it was really good. And it's the kind of thing, like, I think because he knew the game, he really appreciated that it's not a game you can just play in really any context other than, like, 10 people happen to be at a fucking arcade machine that... I don't know how many arcade cabinets of this game exist in the world, you know, but we were at a place that had one and he knew the game, so he made sure we played it, and I'm thankful. Anyway, that's the story.
Of one queen and 4 workers, with 3 paths to victory available. Path 1, kill the opposing team's queen 3 times and win a military victory. Path 2, collect enough berries to fill the hive to win an economic victory. And Path 3, have one of your worker bees ride the snail to the finish line to win the devious snail victory. The workers' main objective is to either ride the snail or collect berries. The queen has a more complicated job. They must kill opposing workers, as well as trying to take lives off of the opposing queen.
Come on though, to get Turbo out. So Turbo's still stranded with speed as a drone. Sam waiting for his chance to get out of here. Trying to push.
They also have to defend their own workers, all while trying to stay alive themselves. There are also power-up gates that the workers can take berries to gain one of two power-ups. A speed boost, which makes it easier to dodge and collect berries, or they can transform into warriors, sacrificing their ability to collect berries and taking up arms to take out the enemy queen and workers. The game is fairly straightforward to pick up, and its depth comes from the team's ability to work together. Walking up to one of these cabinets with 4 of your boys feels like 2 rival gangs about to go to war. Originally designed for the Come Out and Play Festival in New York, the game was intended specifically as a great social experience. If you want a chance to try it out in person, be sure to check out Bumble Bash 5 this year, which is an annual in-person tournament hosted by the creators of the game that brings people together from all over for this one-of-a-kind gaming experience.
Where?
The game did
New
have
York?
an alternate version released on consoles and Steam called Killer Queen Black, which features improved graphics and revamped gameplay, including online. Unfortunately, after the unforeseen
Did you not
shutdown
call it
of
Bumble
Amazon
Bash?
GameSpark, the Circlusian one-of-a-kind, hosted by the creators of the game Bumble Bash 5 this year, which is
Bumble
an
Bash
annual
5.
in-person tournament hosted by the creators of the game that brings people together from all over for this one-of-a-kind gaming experience. The game did have an alternate version released on consoles and Steam called
I'm finding a lot of other
Black,
things
which
called
features
fucking
improved
Bubble Bash.
graphics and revamped gameplay.
It did say
including
Bubble Bash,
online.
right?
Unfortunately, after the unforeseen shutdown of Amazon GameSpark, the service the game was built around, it had to be delisted from all online stores. There was talk of making the game open source, but as of now, the game remains unavailable.
It's the words were on a badge.
Feels like 2 rival. The game was intended specifically. Sure to check out Bumble Bash.
Bumble Bash.
5 this year.
Bumble
which is an annual
Bash.
in-person tournament hosted by the creators of the game that brings people
I
together
thought
from all
Bubble
over
seemed like an
for this
odd word
one-of-a-kind
to be
gaming
involved in this.
experience. The game did have an alternate version released on consoles and Steam called Killer Queen Black, which features improved graphics and revamped gameplay, including online. Unfortunately, after the unforeseen shutdown of Amazon
Oh, they're in a
GameSpark,
different
the
place
service
every
the game
time,
was
it
built around,
seems.
it had to be delisted from all online stores. There was talk of making the game open source, but as of now, the game remains unavailable. We hope to see it soar again soon. Next up is Honkai Star Rail.
Hawaii?
Go on a space adventure?
For anyone not familiar with
Well, I
Honkai,
can't go to
it's
fucking
a turn-based
Hawaii.
RPG gacha game created by Hoyoverse, the same company that made Genshin.
The one place I could
The
not
game is a
drive
mode called Memory of
in
Chaos,
America.
where the players are tasked with defeating a set group of enemies.
May
as quickly
25th.
as
So this
possible
happened the
to
other
complete
day.
rewards. Each cycle of this mode features a
This
different
video
effect that will
This video came out 13 hours ago, and he's telling you you should go to Bumble Bash 5 to play this game. Bumble Bash 5 happened May 25th, which was 5 days ago. I get the feeling he probably was trying to get this video out a little earlier than that. I get the feeling this might be a late video.
change how you craft the turn cost. With the same
What is this,
Honkai.
Genshin Impact? Oh, it's Honkai Star Rail.
Adventure?
For anyone not familiar with Honkai, it's a turn-based RPG gacha game created by Hoyoverse, the same company that made Genshin Impact. The game features a mode called Memory of Chaos, where the players are tasked with defeating a set group of enemies as quickly as possible. to
By the way,
complete
any
rewards.
super chats,
Each
you know,
cycle
I'll
of this
talk
mode
about 'em.
features a different effect that will
In
change
case you
the craft
forgot.
of two
I don't
teams
know
to take
if
the
anybody
battle.
new
It
is
didn't
here
take
or
long
whatever.
before an esports scene cropped up. Content creator Timaeus created a PvP event for MOC where teams of 2 players compete to see who can complete.
Got more AnyTuber insider knowledge? Well, at that same event earlier in the night, on our way to the after party, when me and Jeff and Ten Lead and Miles were all in the car together, they were talking about their inside man in the IRC chat of Kiss Anime, because they were in the middle of like some big op to take down Kiss Anime, which I guess worked. But yeah, they were it was odd to hear Miles and Jeff having this conversation, but they were deeply in the trenches of talking about their battle with Kiss Anime.
Of MOC the fastest. And to ensure that you can't just pay to win, with a team full of maxed out 5 stars, the mode features a character draft, This includes bans, and also assigns each character a point value, which takes into account their overall kit, the number of eidolons they're at, and the light cone they have equipped. Once the draft is over, depending on how many points each team has, turns are either removed or added to their final score. With Timaeus hosting 7 separate tournaments to date, all with prizes of between $2,000 and $4,000 for the winners, it's pretty cool to see a gacha game have an esports scene. Still, this tournament format is pretty niche, even for the most diehard Honkai fans. But if you want to try this out for yourself, Pridewind has built a draft tool on their website where you can also find information about scoring and join their Discord to try this game mode out for yourself. Moving on. Odds are you've seen this guy before.
Japan. Nice. Australia. I'll take it.
Maybe you've even commented on one of his videos.
Oh, hey.
I'm a liar, a cheater.
Oh, hey,
and
it's
let them know
GeoGuessr.
that there's no way these
What the
two are
fuck?
different than
This
the
is
one
just a channel I subscribed to, and this video just came out half a day ago. There's no way I could have known this was gonna happen right after somebody super chatted me to fucking look up GeoGuessr.
map, with closer guesses netting you more points. Guys like Rainbow have turned this fun little minigame into a sport, memorizing geographical and infrastructural facts about literally every country that has Google Street View.
Gary, are you asking this to the chat?
Soil, very arid climate. I'm in the North Botswana here.
Oh, okay, you paid for it. It is an answer for
Blue
me.
sticker on a utility pole.
Question from Amy. Gary always with $2. Long question with hopefully a simple answer. Yeah, I'll read the whole thing. So every region has a food that they're known for that. They do better than anyone else. Like in New York, get the pizza. In Chicago, get the deep dish in Monterey, which are both pizza. Get the deep dish in Monterey, get the chowder, etc. Given that, what would you say is the one food people should try when they come to your neck of the woods? What does your area make better than anywhere else? So, unfortunately, I think not. Well, seafood, I guess. I'm not a seafood eater, so it's a huge problem for me. But like the East Coast, from this point upward, but like Virginia Beach is not really where it starts. Like so, Maryland, Baltimore, is really known for crab. I don't really like crab. So like I've had crab in Baltimore and I was like, I don't know, man, crab sucks, you know. Well, and granted, I was not willing to pay the exorbitant amount that it costs to get, you know, a good dish. The one time I had like real lobster was Econ bought it and invited us all to have some of the lobster. Like he invited everybody to a really expensive seafood restaurant so he could get an expensive lobster and share a little bit with everybody, which was nice. It was very delicious. It was the one time I understood, you know, like the appeal of shellfish on that level. Whereas crab. Down here, like endless crab legs is a popular deal. You know, if you go to a buffet, they'll just have like an option. People will just go and cram through like fucking crab legs all night. That's a popular thing here. Again, though, me being not really a seafood person, it's hard for me to really say like, where's the spot? You know, where do you want to go? What do you want to get? But yeah, the East Coast, Upper East Coast from Virginia up, from really the Outer Banks up, is pretty known for seafood, for crab in particular. We do have a lot of crabs, you know, on the beach and all. But for me, I mean, part of leaving this area is because there's not any good fucking food here, like compared to other places. There's a good variety, I'll say that. Virginia Beach has every type of food. It's just all of it is like at best upper mid. None of it's the best you're ever gonna have. With the exception of if you're down in town center, if you're in the dead heart of Virginia Beach, where Mount Trashmore is, that area, near the mall, there is a small strip mall with a complicated parking lot called, well, I don't know the name of the strip mall, but there's a place in it called Jade Villa. And it's the best Chinese food place I've ever been to. And I've been to Chinese food all over the place. I've been to authentic, they have two menus. They have the like standard Chinese food menu and then the Cantonese menu, and all the good stuff's on the Cantonese menu, of course. But I've never had something there that wasn't just fantastic. I always get like a bone-in beef on mustard greens type shit, you know, or what did I get last time we were there? Some kind of beef stew or something, I'm sure. Everything I get there is really good. So yeah, if you were in town and you had to pick one place to eat that I just thought was the best food you were going to get, I would pick there, but you have to be a little bit adventurous. But it's not expensive. It's like Virginia Beach has a lot of expensive restaurants is another thing. Like a lot of them are fine, they're good places, but like they're not worth the money, or they can be found in other big cities, you know? So yeah, I would say probably the seafood is the answer. Have I been to Peter Luger by any chance? YouTube keeps recommending me videos of them. I've never even heard of that. Peter Luger. It sounds expensive. When a place is just like a two names and they're both 2 syllables, like it makes me think of Ruth's Chris. I mean, even that doesn't have as many syllables. We have a Ruth's Chris. I've never been there. Peter Luger Steakhouse. Now that sounds expensive. Cash only steak icon where old school waiters served aged beef in a German beer hall setting. Yeah, I cannot imagine buying steak in New York. That sounds fucking preposterously expensive. Just conceptually, like cows are not anywhere near New York City. It's a fucking island. Hold on. Let's just, because some of y'all might not really know what New York City is really like. It's like, you know, here's America, right? I'm like right on the water, you know? So that's why like this whole river, this is the James River. This is where America was founded, was on this river. And, you know, we founded it here, and then we moved the capital up here to Richmond, and then we moved the capital up here to New York, and then we moved it back down to Washington, D.C. But this is basically the cradle of the United States right here. Can you even fucking see this? Hold on. Okay, I realize I've been fucking talking to you and you can't even see. So, okay. We all see the U.S. here? Yes? This isn't backwards for you, I hope. Okay, so here's the United States. Now, actually, let's go even further, right? The UK. So we boated on over from the UK. We drifted way the fuck south. And we crashed pretty much right where I am, right where the blue dot is. We came up the river and like Jamestown's like right here. So that's the first settlements like right up here upriver, and then we just kind of expanded out and all that. You know, Yorktown's right there. Big battle was fought there in the Revolutionary War. They sing about it in Hamilton, all that good shit, right? So we started off, God damn it. We started off here. We expanded up. This is Washington, D.C. This is New York City. Now, New York City, you see, the way Google Maps does things is like wherever there's the white, like you see the name of a city and then you see a big amount of white, like that's how much of it is considered like the city, right? So here's my area where like Virginia Beach is this whole entire brick here, but the top half is where all of the city is, and the bottom half is entirely farms, hence it is green. That's Pungo. You hear me talk about Pungo, that's Southern Virginia Beach. All of this is pretty built out. This is Hampton Roads. Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Chesapeake, Newport News, Suffolk. That is Hampton Road, Hampton itself, Poquoson, and Yorktown. And Williamsburg is technically not a part of it, I think. That's a little further in. So this is Hampton Roads, this blotch of white here. And this is Richmond, this blotch of white. And then this big blotch of white, you got Washington, Baltimore. This is a massive, massive area. And then if you continue north, you got Philadelphia on the way to New York. Philadelphia, also a huge, huge, huge city. And then you got New York, and you can see that it goes significantly inland, but that's not all of that is New York City. All of that is just extra shit that's been built around New York City. But New York City is just this little fucking tiny strip entirely surrounded by water. And this little itty bitty fucking strip has all of the tallest goddamn buildings in the whole country sitting on it. And all of this fucking shit is built on and under everything, miles underneath, miles above. It's just the most built out strip of land you could possibly fucking imagine. And everything around it is just a sprawling metropolis that goes on forever in all directions. And it's all people who work in this little fucking strip, and they have to find some way to cross some fucking bridge to get there from one of the many places surrounding it. This is hell. This is actually hell. This place right here, people will either tell you this is the greatest city in the world. Look at that fucking thing. That is hell. It just looks like a gray morgue. That looks like a fucking graveyard on the screen right now. That's New York. So, all the cows are at best 2 hours the fuck away over here. So how the fuck are you getting steaks here? Unless you are using the most expensive goddamn transportation process imaginable. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why I went on that rant. I just really had to go off. Cosmic Blue with $2 says, Nigel and Marmalade meet a bridge toll. YouTube short. Okay. Nigel and Marmalade. We'll finish this video in a moment.
Is this the right direction, Nigel? It seems a little out of the way for a burger van.
Hold on. It's not going to be... You have to be able to read the text. Shit. Let me bring this closer so we can all enjoy this together. The text is necessary because the one character is non-verbal. But there is translation for what they're saying.
Is this the right direction, Nigel? It seems a little out of the way for a burger van. Do you like meat? Well, why not traverse the deadly mountain path of Murak-Thronk and get your hands on the juiciest burger this side of the Dwindled Sea? Our van is located just beyond the stone bridge that crosses the bottomless ice gorge. Oh, bloody hell. Hang on a minute, please. What is it, troll? I'm Blapwood Trunkle. This is my bridge. How do we cross it, Blapwood? You must beat me in a thumb war. His thumb is bigger than your whole body.
Oh, shit.
Looks fine to me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
Get fucked.
He's not dead, Nigel. That's a bottomless gorge. He'll just keep falling forever. Now let's go home and order a takeaway. Is this the right direction, Nigel?
Amazing.
It seems a little out of the way for a...
I enjoyed that. That was great. That was very nice. That was very fun. A few good quotables in there, you know. I feel like that's like on that Monty Python level of like if you showed this to like a teenager, they would memorize it, you know? Like they would just be quoting that all fucking day. Big bug? Where the fuck did that come from? Is that on me? Is that a beetle or something? Can they fly like that? It was a big flying insect. It looked like it jumped off of me. Is half the chat Brazilian? It very well might be. Look, I'm telling you, I really need to get a Portuguese translator for my videos because I think I could be bigger in Brazil than I am in the U.S. by kind of a long shot. I have to go pee again, so we'll just continue playing this video we've been watching.
Blue sticker is in France on their totem poles, and ladder poles are in Spain, Portugal, France. It's very, very helpful to learn these different types of poles and what different material each country uses on their totem poles.
Literal dead flies on the camera?
Eastern Road, North Macedonia, where there's dead flies on the camera.
But Rainbow isn't the only person who has dedicated an ungodly amount of time to studying highways and blurry photos of trees. GeoGuessr features a PvP mode where players face off against one another to score guesses as close to the actual location as possible. At the highest level, accuracy is incredibly important, as being just a couple of kilometers closer than your opponent can often be the difference between victory and defeat.
A little bit farther away. This could be death for Blinky. 5x damage. Oh my god. He's going on it. 500 points. Oh my god.
While GeoGuessr has been around since May 2013, the game's popularity skyrocketed during COVID, and by July 2022, the website had more than 40 million accounts. So, in 2023, GeoGuessr hosted the inaugural World Cup for the game, inviting 24 of the best players, representing 21 different countries, to come together in Stockholm, Sweden to play the game. In front of hundreds of fans in the Space Arena, and with a peak viewership of more than 70,000 viewers, the Dutch player, Consus, came out on top. Now, as the game continues to grow in popularity, the competitive circuit has become even more fleshed out for 2024, with regional qualifiers taking place in the Americas, EMEA, and Asia to find the 24 players
the
that will
EMEA?
compete for the title again in Stockholm. Finally, we leave the realm of games altogether and into that of finances, accounting,
Europe,
and
the Middle East, and Africa. Huh, I've never seen it abbreviated like that. Or if I did, I didn't know what it meant.
That's right, we're talking about Microsoft Excel Esports.
Oh boy.
Hosted in
Hell yes.
is the Microsoft Excel World Championship. This tournament is the culmination of a year-long circuit which invites 24 of the world's best players to Sin City, Nevada to crown an Excel champion. The event is even streamed on ESPN. Microsoft Excel Esports athletes are tasked with completing themed worksheets with multiple stages. These worksheets can range from analyzing case studies or complicated financial ledgers to scrubbing mining data from the game EVE Online. Sounds boring, right? Wrong. You couldn't be more freaking wrong. These guys are superstars of the accounting world. They know every shortcut, understand Excel's logic down to the decimal. Their player pictures are ripped straight off of LinkedIn. They're confronted with tasks that look like this and solve it in seconds, pulling out commands you never even knew existed and barely even break a sweat. And if that's not enough to get you hyped, Microsoft Excel Esports even has its own faker.
This is Bo. Look at this. Crossing his arms. The guy's flexing. He's flexing. He's flexing. What did he do? Look at this guy. Look at that.
Andrew Nye, nicknamed the Annihilator, is a director at a consulting firm in Sydney, Australia, and has been competing in Microsoft Excel since 2018. He's won 3 straight world championships, and heading into 2024, will be looking to add to his resume with a 4P. Alright, that's it for this video. If you want to check out one of our other countdowns, you can click here to watch our countdown of some of the long...
I need another countdown. I'm good on that. How wild was it that they played clips from the video that we had just incidentally been watching, like, not 20 minutes beforehand? What is the content of my channel? Pretty much anything. I mean, this channel, yeah, streams for the most part. Y'all have a holiday tomorrow? We had a holiday on Monday. Not like a full-blown everybody's off holiday, but like a full-blown lot of people are off holiday. Oh, I didn't see this Company Man video yet. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.
Mind check. Analysts, it's all happening.
Gary always, can you chug sparkling water without burping? I can't, but we have to watch that video. I'm so glad you brought this up. Anybody who hasn't seen this yet, I truly need you to hold on. We turn the camera around so we can get a good shot of this. I really need you all to tune in for this. It's a very short clip. I'm probably gonna play it a few times because Bird and I fucking died watching this clip. So if you haven't seen this, I think you're in for a real treat. I believe I retweeted it. I'll find this shit. Oh, I like this too. Look at this deer. He says, hi, yeah, just this, please. Very cute. Okay. Oh, yeah, and here's a... This isn't even what we're here to watch. I just knew you wanted to see this also, all of you. She really be getting down. Okay, that was great. All right. Wow, was this before I retweeted everything I've posted in the last fucking century? I guess it is. Let's see here. No. Oh, I thought, yes, here we go. Thank fucking God. Okay. Let me get this at the beat. No, we gotta start it over.
Star Wars Lego set Death Star. But can you chug a sparkling water and not burp? Oh my gosh. What do I do? Star Wars Lego set Death Star. But can you chug a sparkling water and not burp? Oh my gosh. What do I do? Star Wars Lego set Death Star. But can you chug a sparkling water and not burp? Oh my gosh. What do I do? Star Wars Lego set Death Star. But can you chug a sparkling water and not burp?
Every time it starts over and I hear him say Star Wars Lego set Death Star, it just makes me laugh even harder.
Oh my gosh. What do I do? Star Wars Lego set Death Star.
Oh my God.
Sparkling water and
Oh, there's something so innocent, so primarily beautiful about this. I'm gonna do an analysis on this. Okay, there's so many reasons this is fucking so funny. And it all happens so fast. First of all, Star Wars Lego set Death Star seems to be the name of the person in chat he's responding to.
Star Wars Lego set Death Star.
So he just, very frankly, looking right into the camera, just says, Star Wars Lego set Death Star, can you drink a... And I'm like, what? What? Wait, hold on. Can you drink a sparkling water without burping? And then he just downs it immediately. No thought. Which makes you think, if you do it with such confidence, surely it's something you've done.
But can you chug a sparkling water and not burp?
And he also, the way he says it is like it was his idea. Like, it feels like he turned on the camera to do this. But he says Star Wars Lego set Death Star. And it sounds like he's reading chat, right? I'm still very confused about that part. So tell me what's happening here.
Star Wars Lego set Death Star. But can you chug a sparkling water and not burp?
So I'm guessing he chugged a little bit of this. He burped. And then a guy named Star Wars Lego set Death Star in the chat said, but can you chug it and not burp? And he, thinking he would easily be able to do that, said it, like he read it, and then he says it out loud, like, what, can you do it and not burp? Oh, like, of course I can. And then just so confident. Yeah, get it. And then I'm sitting here like, I've chugged some carbonated beverages. There was one time, I think it was like Miller Lite that Ben and I chugged right before BronyCon, and it is just the foamiest, most carbonated beer. And both of us literally were like, just like, you know, pouring carbonation out of our mouths, you know. But yeah, it's oh my gosh, not oh my god, but oh my gosh, you know. But then the sheer helplessness, and I've been here, like not even just in that situation with the beer, but just like having too much carbonation and feeling like my chest is going to explode. Like it's that feeling of, oh god, like I'm gonna die. And then it all comes out and he's freaking out so hard. He hits his fucking head on the door.
Oh my gosh. What do I do?
Also that little there's something very cute and twinky about
Like I
that.
said, Death Star. But can you try sparkling water and not burp? Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
What do I do?
Star Wars, like, it just dies. I can't believe I'm still laughing at it. There's not a lot of things I can watch that many times and still think it's funny, but that's fucking hilarious. It's so chaotic, so dense. Such a great encapsulation of a character in 18 seconds. I feel like I know that guy after watching that, you know? Shotgunning a beer would probably kill you. It's not something you should really try if you're not a chugger. Like I'm somebody who I have to really take my time drink. I'll be sipping on the same drink for an hour, you know. But I know lots of people who just they get a drink and they just Bird's one of these. Bird will literally can take a full 16 ounces of beer, and if it's like, you know, let's say he just got the beer, but then he realizes everybody's like it's time to leave, then he'll just be like, oh, we gotta go. And then it's gone, and then we leave. And it's like, what the fuck? Where'd it go? Where'd you put that? Oh my gosh. Oh, what do I do? Let's cut off the whole TikTok says your man may have a Star Wars Lego set Death Star. Oh, okay. So he was saying your man may have a Lego Star Wars, but can he? Which makes it seem even more like, okay, so if it wasn't something someone challenged him to do, he was just really confident he could do this. But he's clearly never tried it before. So madness, I suppose, is all that could explain this. Oh, I was gonna turn back to the screen, but I want to check this DM so I don't have a DM sitting there anymore. Nothing important. Okay, what's happening in my mentions? Anything in my mentions? Shades reminding everybody that I'm crazy. Someone give her money, she's going goblin mode. I agree. Oh, this Amy must have tweeted that when I was at the computer. That's the level of desperation I'm trying to get everybody to rise to, is of wanting me to have money, is desperately tweeting out that you need to go give me money on my live stream so that I'll stop playing piano. Clearly I need to do more of that. People fighting, being funny. Believe in you that believes in me. Believe in me that believes in you. Vito bringing up stuff nobody cares about. Funny to think about the idea of being scared of disagreeing with you. Like, I'm sure that we may have fundamental disagreements about music that would most likely lead to extremely fun arguments and conversations. True. Well, I'm not delusional to call you Trixie. N-word censored, brush your teeth, and take your meds, use a guy who likes lolly and acts like it's normal, lol, gay. What does he think's gonna happen if he spells the N-word correctly in his tweet? fuck is that sound? Oh, it's a big ass fucking beetle like ramming itself into the lights like a moth. And now the door. Guy, just chill. Just sit. Sit with yourself. Be at peace. You're not. There's no exit. I don't know where you came from, but you will have to go find that spot if you want to get out of here. Anyway, how do I respond to this guy? Here, look at this. It says, well, I'm not delusional to call you Trixie. And then he wrote the N-word, N-I-99-A, brush your teeth and take your meds. Use a guy who... Now, I'm obviously going to block this person, but I really... The whole writing the N... Like, if you're going to be edgy... If you're going to be edgy, you can't censor your N-words. Dude, if you're gonna be edgy, you can't censor your N-words, dude. That just doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? Yeah, cracker is a slur on Twitter. Technically, I don't think I'm supposed to say it on YouTube. I had a video about the word once that got taken down for hate speech. So, I don't know. But yeah, that guy, this guy, A-Log. Oh, his name is literally A-Log. That's actually... His name is A-Y-E space L-O-G, A-Log. Joined May 2024, and he has not made any posts yet. So I assume that reply he made to me is his first... No, okay, he's mad at people defending Nick Rakita. Okay, so let's go through all... This guy has made no posts. He created his account this month. His name is A-Log. Do you think we can figure out specifically who this guy is? It's someone's new account, so that means they have other accounts. They're not new to Twitter. They know how Twitter works. So it's a new account. You think we can figure out whose account this is? Or at the very least, who they are a fan of or a friend of. I think we can. Let's do some investigation, all right? Let's see what all has this person done. A-Log. This is how the internet works, right? Okay, so they're only following one person, Elon Musk. And they have 0 followers. Now, my bet would be this is a bit on the fact that Dick Masterson, for a very long time, only followed Donald Trump. That was the joke was his account literally only followed Donald Trump for before he was even elected for a very long time. Dick got taken off of Twitter for a very long time. He was using alt accounts for like 5 years, and then Elon finally freed Dick's account, and now Dick has just openly followed, you know, he gave up on that little joke, so now he's following 885. Wow, he's following more people than I am. Surprising. So this guy, his responses, I mean, obviously the fact that I was able to click through to Dick Masterson right from his page, yeah, he's a Dick Masterson fan. But he's upset. He's upset with Dick. He's upset with Vito, and he's upset with me because we all defend Nick Rakita. So who is he defending Nick, or who is he against Nick Rakita on behalf of? Let's try to figure out. So Gunt News Network says there is a new supplemental report for the Rakita case that provides new details. Here's the report in full, though it looks cut off at the end. Dick says, read the report. The Rakita's nanny went to work for a new couple, and that couple ratted to the pastor. That's how all this shit started. Mandatory reporting my ass. So, if true, crazy shit. It means that basically Nick Rakita is being charged with crimes that the reason he was able to, like the way they got like a warrant to search his house to prove he was committing crimes is that a nanny that used to work for him spread rumors to the new family she worked for, and that new family tipped off the police. That's crazy. Doesn't make sense. A-Log responds, please stop defending Nick if you care, because holy shit, you're doing a shit job. Unless this is a bit to make him look worse, lol, it's fucking hilarious. So maybe he is trying to defend Nick and he thinks Nick's doing a bad job of it. I don't know. He's tone policing Dick's defense of Nick Rakita. That's the angle this guy's taking in this post. So I don't really know. I don't know how to get much meaning out of that. Okay, next we've got Josh Moon, aka Null. Also a former Dick Show alumni. He left the show because I made fun of him too much. He says, my attorney and I are petitioning for the Rakita Omnibus hearing in August to be live streamed. Fuck you, Josh. You have nothing to do with this. Your attorney and you are petitioning? What the fuck do you mean? To help our motion, we need to demonstrate public interest. Please respectfully sign my petition. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I'm sure it will be public. I would just have assumed that it was going to be live streamed one way or another, but okay, whatever. A-Log responded to this. Oh, I can't even see because the person... I can't see what this thread's about because that person limits their tweets. Okay. No one watches Ralph. Good shit destroying Dick. Tweets from afar. Who is tweets from afar? Who are you? What destroying did you do? Niche internet drama with a side of politics and pop culture. Follows are not necessarily endorsements. Looks like they talked about Nick Rakita. Oh my god, this is 2 hours long.
Said that a preschool teacher, 5% of the time,
I have a few questions. I have a few questions. Okay, so do you think?
Oh god, I'm not gonna listen to fucking... Was that like a clip from a different stream, or was that the stream itself? Oh man, this is too deep internet for me to even follow. And once again, the N-word with 9s in it. Ain't no former des you still son. Okay. I mean, Digibro has never been my name, so no, it has never been me at all. Okay, so he's really excited to be anti-Dick Masterson in the debate about Nick Rakita. That seems to be the main purpose of this account. Dick can't handle being wrong, it shows, and it's always funny to see him trip over himself. He's like the Simpsons clip where Jay Sherman is in the nut house. Yes, Dick, you were right. I don't get that reference. You gotta make fucking references people will get, dude. So it's just replies. It's just him being upset at other people and making really unfunny jokes, and for some reason insistently writing the N-word with 9s. Just say the word, dude. You can't be edgy and not be edgy. Whatever. Not funny enough to be worth investigating, really. I was hoping to find, like, something funny, but it's mostly just him saying the N-word wrong over and over again. Oh well. Hoped it would be somebody. Hoped it would be somebody at all, but it seems like nobody. I should give you a follow on Twitter, sure. I always forget who I'm not following. There you go. Now you've been followed. You would be a good detective. I think we are living in the detective age. I think to really succeed on the internet requires you to be a bit of a detective. It almost comes with the territory. Like, how do you even find your way onto the internet without some level of detective work? Well, nothing really interesting is happening on the internet right now. Let's watch The Company Man, since I ain't got no super chats to rant about.
Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.
My check. Analysts, it's all happening. Thank you guys for rocking with me. Thank you guys for rocking with the channel. Big thank you to everyone, of course, who's donated to the Linktree or to the Cash Apps right up there. It means the world. You guys, I've told you guys I'm energized. I got a great video for you today, but I really want to shout out my homies. Faitulagi Galuega. Faitulagi Galuega. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. I'm doing my best. Aaron Cutt, Miguel Flores, Devin Bolin, Joey McCaslin. Me and Joey had a good conversation on Instagram in the Instagram DMs. That's his real name, everybody. Dope ass name. I really rock with that. But you guys, your support means everything. It allows me to focus on this more consistently. I'm on a great run right now. I'm having a great time. I was on Curtis King's live stream today.
Can you imagine if I was as obviously good-natured as this guy is? The trans community needs this guy. We need a Justin Hunt. Just like somebody unfathomably like magnanimous and rizzed out. It can't be me. I'm too much of a bitch.
Curtis King, if you haven't checked out Curtis King, punch yourself in the face. Phenomenal live streamer, content creator, artist. Great show. I'm really thankful to be on it. So check that out. I'll put a link in the description. I'll probably drop some clips from that on this channel. I'm definitely going to use it. Use some clips from our conversation in there for some of the topics that we talked about that I will cover in the future, and expect them on the show as well. And big shout out to NanLib. We have a contest. We actually have a contest that's going to go live, so look out for that in the community section and also socials. But you guys are the illest. Thank you guys for rocking with me. I rock with each one of you too. It's all happening. Now, social media erupted today when word spread that the reference track for Mob Ties had leaked. Mob Ties was on Scorpion, Drake's 2018 project. I love the first half.
Ellen, I'll say I don't think all trans people or even trans women are like aggro by nature. I think it tends to rise out, but I think a lot of trans people are not aggressive enough, and those are the ones that are more likely to kill themselves. Like people who blame themselves instead of other people, like they're not angry enough to survive if they're gonna get bullied, you know? That's why people like me have to protect people like them, but I think what we really need is somebody with a little bit more tempered, a little bit of a cooler head, you know? I think I've got a pretty cool head, but I think it's not cool enough, you know? I mean, a little cooler head than me.
Half of it, probably the last time I really loved a body of work from Drake, and Mob Ties is one of my favorite songs. Turns out Vori actually did the reference track for it. Here's a clip.
Sing me, bitch. Higher shorts, you really bitch. And I'm on my rich. I tell us bitch. I tell us bitch. You really bitch.
Yo, so there it is. That's where the inspiration for that song came from. Vori is super talented. He's from Louisville, Kentucky. He won a Grammy for his work on
I like
The
Louisville.
Carters with Beyonce and Jay-Z. Their couple album. He won a Grammy for that project. Vori's actually credited on Mob Ties, so this isn't a ghost-written situation. There wasn't anything nefarious going on. Drake didn't take his verse and then put it out there like it was his and not give Homeboy the shine he deserves. He received the credit. But here's the thing about this. Now that Drake has experienced this Shakespearean shakedown at the hands of Kendrick Lamar, everyone seems to be questioning Drake's pen. It's getting bad. One guy even put together a 17-minute video of every time Drake used another rapper's lyrics in his songs. Actual published songs, for example, that Drake used their lyrics, those lyrics, in his songs. Some of them feel like homages to me, but it's always a little weird when you're taking significant portions of other people's verses who aren't even really that famous. Like there's one part in there where he took a lot of Ty Gunna lyrics for one of Drake's songs. I don't know. I think Drake is a talented writer. I think he's a talented wordsmith. I've always stood by that. I still believe that. I don't think he has a lot of imagination, but I don't look at this as really being a big issue, all things considered, in my opinion. But that wasn't the only reference track that leaked today. A video emerged of Bobby Rags in the studio making.
I just got to mention about this. I watched another video about this earlier today. Shit, I shouldn't have taken a hit and then started talking. Give me a minute.
What later became Future's Xanax Damage off his album Save Me.
Anyway, earlier today, I watched a video about this drama, and it was a guy who was like a big Drake fan, and he was saying how, like, you know, he tried not to let this whole beef like make him not like Drake anymore because he still likes so many Drake songs. But then this came out and he was like, Mob Ties was like my favorite Drake song. It was like the song that I would cite when I said he can write well. So finding out that he didn't write it is like, well, now I have no basis on which to consider you a good writer anymore, you know? Like, this song was my reasoning for why you're good. And then he goes to explaining that for the first half of the video, and then he just shows the clip of him on stream being sent the reference track and finding out. And it's incredibly funny because he can't speak for like several minutes because he's so choked up, and when he tries to talk, he's like can't help but cry. Like, when he finally starts saying words, you see him like wipe one tear away. Like, it's just like, damn, dude, like, Drake through that song had really meant something to that guy. And when that guy realized that Drake did not write that song, that meaning was taken. And it was clear that meaning had been deep. You know, it was like something he really cared about was this song. And he cared about Drake because of this song. And now that Drake didn't write the song, how could he possibly care about Drake? Especially feeling the betrayal of that, you know? Whew. Watching Drake fans brought to tears by the realization that their guy is as bad as I, on instinct, thought he was. Pretty funny. Pretty fucking funny. And yeah, ghostwriting is very lame to me as well, in turn, like, I would love to do it. I would love to ghostwrite for somebody because I can write bars all fucking day. It's just something that just springs out of me, you know? I don't necessarily write the greatest bars, but I certainly can write bars all day. I cannot imagine having to, I mean, it's not like I don't take bars from other people. Like, every rapper takes bars, we reference bars, you know, like, you're writing and then you realize that like a bar from another song would fit so perfectly in this moment that like you feel like if you didn't do that, people who would get the reference would be disappointed. But, you know, like, people who would get the reference would be like so happy you put it in there. So I make tons of references and stuff. So it's not like I'm saying every bar I write is totally original. But I can't imagine being so incapable of coming up with fresh ideas that you have to go actively seek out stuff to rip off or like pay somebody to give you something to rip off. That's wild to me.
I want to show you like this is like the real original. Yeah. This is the no, that was me singing that.
That's the best one.
That was crazy. Listen to the very original before, because I put all those drums and all the effects in there after I did this shit. Like, so listen to the very original. Like, so we can really slow it down and speed it up. Listen how slow this shit is. Like,
You gotta start from scratch.
and I don't care if it kills me, I won't realize.
I don't care if you catch me, I'm gonna relapse.
Did you see the way homie was chugging that Red Bull? They had a good time in the studio that day. Now, Reference tracks are very common in the music industry. It's a part of how the music industry works. Norvay Denton, he's an A&R at Warner Music. He gave a great description of how this process works in a conversation we had on this channel. It was in the Upside to Ghostwriting Breakdown. Here's a clip.
You got the third option of somebody just being waiting in the rafts, waiting in the wings, and coming up with whole records for you sometimes. And they use references, and that's when you get into the whole Drake thing. There's a slew of beats, put them up. They got writing camps. Whatnot. They got writing camps. The label might have writing camps where you don't even meet the dudes. They come up with the records. They put the records, record them or whatnot. And, you listen to them or whatnot, and it's like, oh shit, I like that one. Who did that? Or it might be somebody in your camp that does the same thing. But it can be organized, and it essentially can be organized and put together by either the artists themselves in a private setting with known writers that they just fuck with. Or your label could set it up, your management team could set it up. Writing camps are real. Publishing companies do it all the time. Some of your favorite artists.
Now, see, I would like to have a writing camp, not in the sense of I need 5 people to come up with ideas for me, but to me, that's essentially the same as a writer's room. I think in the world of rap, there's a lot of focus on the singular aspect, and there are bands sometimes, but very rarely is there a sense of a combined mythos. And I could think of stuff like Odd Future Wolfgang or Brockhampton, but even then, I feel like the mythos is just simply these guys who are all very individual are friends and do stuff together. But there needs to be a hip hop MCU, there needs to be 5 or 6 guys playing characters, and the story is about how these characters interact, and it's not 5 rappers with their own CDs that you have to listen to all of. That's already kind of the way rap game is, but I'm talking about telling a story, an actual borderline theater, like Hamilton, but without it being a theater thing, just as a normal rap album, without it having to be Broadway about it or whatever. But I think we need more of that, more working together without trying to pretend you're not, basically. I think would be good for hip hop.
Get this support. Some of your favorite artists get this support. There it is. So when I heard that Bori did the reference track for Mob Ties, or Bobby Rags did the reference tracks for Xanax Damage, I wasn't surprised at all. The music industry is hyper competitive. I know this is frowned upon in hip hop, but if you are an MC, sometimes you're not just speaking to the culture, sometimes you're speaking for the culture. Sometimes you're competing on the charts against Taylor Swift or Beyonce or Adele or Morgan Wallen. And if you're doing that, it takes a team. If you're competing for Grammy Album of the Year, it takes a village. This is how the music industry works. And at the same time, it provides a lot of jobs for really talented artists who might not be face forward. So I don't have a problem with collaborative writing in an industry sense at all. Artists getting together to make the best song possible. But I do have a problem with someone who has a lot of other people writing their verses for them, claiming to be the greatest MC of all time. That's a totally different thing. It's all happening.
Big agreement. Big agreement on all that. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Yeah. That guy might be my favorite YouTuber. I mean, he's a lot more than a YouTuber, but might be my favorite guy with a YouTube channel. Definitely up there. Alright, what else do we want to watch? Anybody with money make it to the stream? I keep seeing, every time I look, the same number of people are here, but I know it can't possibly be the same people. So whoever's new, anything you want me to rant about, talk about, you got a request for a song you want me to sing, or a YouTube video you want me to watch, literally anything. I'm weirdly grabbing the poll you're attached to, and I don't know why. What's the name of his channel again? That is The Company Man. The Company Man. Not Company Man, which is a show about companies, but The Company Man. I don't know why he made his branding so similar. But Justin Hunt is his name, so you can find him wherever by searching that. Let's watch this gaming Brit video about how checklists hurt games.
Checklists. You tick them off when you go shopping, or when you have chores to do, or when there's a lot of things to accomplish at work that day. So I ask you, what are they doing so often in my entertainment time? Even in games with fun core gameplay loops, the way to feeling like an underperforming warehouse supervisor is fatiguing. Lists of uncompleted tasks piling up in your menu or UI, while glowing dots guilt you into participating in all the optional content. Recently, I've been replaying Ocarina of Time, and it's refreshing to play a game that seems so ambivalent to whether you want to participate in the side content or not. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the quest, and you can get involved if you want or not. And nothing in the game makes you feel like you're playing it wrong, whatever you choose. It gives you the sense that you're feeling out the world on your own terms, getting involved in what piques your interest. And it's rewarding to follow a thread and come across some kind of prize that didn't have its existence telegraphed to you by some big marker or dotted line. There's of course arguments for why these markers and checklists exist. Developers don't want you to miss the content they made, and some gamers want to exhaust all the content in a game by having the hand of God direct them and let them know when they're done. Maybe people like me could just be given an option to turn off all the markers and just never look at the quest list screen. I'd be happy, right, while everyone else ticks away. But I'm not convinced, because I think the crutch existing in any form hurts the design of the games we get. Think about Ocarina of Time and some of the reason that game is so memorable. Because it's densely packed with unique, weird stuff and people. Without markers to tell you who's worth speaking to, the game has to attract your attention with just the game. The bean seller doesn't need a big marker over his head to let you know there are rewards to be gained if you take part in the bean quest. Because you just look at the guy and you're intrigued and you know what his deal is. Why is this shirtless guy just sat by the river munching beans? Like, what's his life goal? Characters ominously hinting at discoveries to come, and then finding them or stumbling on them yourself rather than via GPS, made you feel like a real explorer, peeling back the layers of an often dark and indifferent world. Sometimes you might start peeling back too early, without knowing you don't have the necessary tools yet to
I'm
achieve
fine.
the goal.
I took
But
too
the
big
memory
of a
that
hit
roadblock
off of my
was
vape.
often the only checkbox you needed to remember some riddle still remained unsolved out there. Is it hard to work your way towards completing everything in a game by locating it on a checklist, or by playing detective and finding some weird statues?
Sometimes a vape is not hitting very well, so I pull on it extra hard, thinking I'm unclogging it, but actually I'm taking a way too big of a hit of it, and then I cough a
My
lot.
point isn't really to make more casual games sweat. It's hard to keep answers from those who want them. At the end of the day, there's been ways to find out how to find things in games beyond the games themselves for a long time, with strategy guides. And even by the time Ocarina of Time or the original FF7 came out, the internet was already around to provide help. But creating a bit of friction between the game and those answers forces a little more creativity out of it. Isn't it fun too when things do slip through the net, and years later we're discovering hidden secrets in some of our favourite titles, making them feel a little bit more like these little worlds with hidden depths and secrets still lingering out there, like they're more alive. I don't think games should always have to cater to people who just want to put minimal effort into figuring out what to do next, so they can just play with a podcast or YouTube video on in the background to quench the thirst of their dopamine-deprived brains. Sorry if that's what you're doing right now. This video is short, so surely you're giving it your full attention. I mean, alt-tabbing to put on another one afterwards is going to be a real ball ache. Maybe it's not that people want to listen to podcasts while playing these types of games, but that their hand-holding design has been a crutch for a lot of content that isn't all that involving and doesn't get our full attention anyway. And certainly would struggle to make its existence even known if there weren't factors like markers and lists. There are of course modern games that don't have waypoints and quest checklists. The From Software games come to mind, of course. Though it's funny, in modern titles the choice to forego this design totally or partially is usually treated like an avant-garde one. that only the great auteurs and imagineers of our industry are expected to try. Yet when they do, usually said games are rewarded with high critical praise and sales. So why not?
It's good enough for the highest rated game of all time.
Yeah. Excellent. That was a good video. I do have a response in mind to it. Let me find that again so I can see. I want to show you that the video is not what I was expecting it to be. And the reason is, it's called like How Checklists Ruin Games, and it's got a picture of Ocarina of Time. So I was really worried this video was going to be coming out against Ocarina of Time. It's actually using that as its big defense. But the reason I thought it could be against it is that, to me, when you open up the menu, like the start menu in Ocarina of Time that lists your items, in any of the Zelda games actually, you see how many slots there are. So it creates a sense of, like, okay, I have to, like, you know, I'm not going to be completely satisfied till I fill up all these slots. But that's a good thing, and that's also not what he was talking about at all. He was talking about the literal checklists. How there are so many games that literally have checklists in them. And I totally agree that shit is so annoying, because the second there's like 2 things on that list, I stop caring. Like, this happens all the time in like MMOs and games that are like MMOs, where like you stack up a whole bunch of quests, and like it's one thing if you come to a new area, you gather 5 quests that you can all kind of do at once. So you just do all those, you come back and you complete all those quests. Already that's kind of lazy, it just feels padded, but like when you end up with like a couple of quests from the first village that still continue, and then you've got one quest that's like a full game quest, and so your quest log has like 5 different categories of type. I will not want to do those quests. Like, I will abandon them so they are not in my thing anymore. You know, like I remember in Terra Online just being like, certain quests, I'm like, okay, I'm past that part, so fuck that, it's not there anymore, you know, or well, it's gonna take another 20 hours before this quest is done. I don't want it in my fucking list, you know? Just drives me nuts. You've never seen restless leg syndrome on both legs. Oh, I'm like a churning engine. I'm always like this. It's crazy. There are people trying to accuse Nick Rakita of having been like fucked up in church, because for some bizarre reason they've got like surveillance on the inside of the church, and there's a video of like all you can see of him is him from behind, and he's just bouncing his leg. And people are like, he's on coke in church, he's bouncing, he's shaking uncontrollably. He's literally sitting there bouncing his leg. I'm like, that's me with both legs most of the day. Like, people are complaining about how much my legs bounce all day long. I shake cars. If we're at a stoplight, the car shakes from me shaking my legs. People bitch about it all the time. I don't know why this happens. But it does. But anyway, yeah, so I totally agree with him. Checklists hurt games. And I think that the type of checklist that I was thinking he was going to be talking about, like what's in Zelda, it is by nature, it doesn't tell you that you have to do this. It doesn't tell you that, oh, you're going to need to get all of these, you're going to have to fill all these slots to beat the game or anything like that. That's not even necessarily true in Zelda. It doesn't tell you how many hearts you will cap out at. You know, like, you can keep picking up these heart pieces. You know at some point there is the maximum number, but the game doesn't tell you how much that's going to be. And even with like the item slots, like, it's more of a way to mark how far you are through the game, because once you've picked up a few items, you realize this happens at like regular intervals. So it's like, once you've got 3 out of your 8 slots, you're thinking, okay, I'm 3/8 of the way through the game, you know? Animal Well is another example of a game that does this, where, you know, you start off the game and it's like, okay, there's 4 bosses and there's 10 items. So by the end of the game, I will have beaten 4 bosses and collected 10 items. But there's not like a fucking on-screen list of bosses telling you, you know, each one that you kill, it checks off or whatever, because it's just annoying. Like, the game is able to suggest what has to be done without literally needing you to fucking have a PDA on you or a... I mean, Zelda has the fairy going, look, listen, constantly if you're not doing what the plot tells you to do. That's annoying in its own right. I'm surprised he didn't mention that, but whatever. It was a good video. You used to have restless leg syndrome, but it was... I don't know if that's what this is. I've always been under the impression that's like a different thing, but I don't know. Maybe. I just attribute it to... I don't know. I think I just like having the physical sensation of reminding myself I exist constantly or something. Maybe it's just like my brain wants the blood to keep pumping constantly because I'm doing like... If I'm thinking hard or fast, I feel like I need the blood to keep moving through my brain. So I gotta like shake my legs so the blood moves. I don't know. These are just theories. I don't really know what's causing it. I'm not a science of the body person. Would be interested to become... Actually, let's learn. Let's all learn. Don't want to learn? If you don't want to learn, you better pay me to talk about something, because otherwise we're all gonna fucking start learning shit right now. It's gonna get uncomfortably learning in here. Alright. Why won't my legs stop shaking? Reflex sympathetic dystrophy.
Jessica Grace is 14, and her problem is
Oh.
a puzzle.
No, that's not the same issue as I've got, I don't think. That looked a little more extreme. My legs won't stop growing. No, that's not. Alright, 2-minute neuroscience restless leg syndrome. Let's see if this is the thing I've got.
Restless leg syndrome, or RLS, is a condition that causes an urge to move the legs that often occurs along with uncomfortable sensations in the legs, or sometimes in other body parts. The unpleasant sensations and urges to move the legs typically begin or become worse when someone is at rest, and they often only occur in the evening or at night. Movement tends to relieve the unpleasant sensations and urges to move, at least for as long as
I feel
the
like
movement
there's
lasts.
necessarily an unpleasant
Patients with
sensation in the legs.
environmental factors must interact with genetic iron brain function. For
Iron
example,
deficiency?
brain iron deficiency may disrupt oxygen transport and impair myelin, and the benefit offered by dopamine-increasing drugs is not completely understood. Despite
Wait.
drugs that
Hold on.
abnormalities in dopamine signaling are thought to play an important role in RLS, and drugs that increase dopamine activity can offer therapeutic benefits to RLS patients. Research, however, suggesting activity.
See, that would imply that me having just gotten really high would have stopped me from shaking my legs. But in fact, I just got really high, sat down, and my legs started shaking. So I was really expecting him to say the opposite of what he just said.
Can offer therapeutic benefits to RLS patients. Research, however, suggests RLS patients do not have low dopamine levels, and thus the reason for the benefit offered by dopamine-increasing drugs is not completely understood. Despite the short-term benefits,
Because it feels good to
long-term
have
use of
dopamine go to
dopamine-increasing
your brain,
drugs tends to
probably.
cause what is known as augmentation, where RLS symptoms worsen with continued use.
Okay, but this isn't really making it clear to me what RLS looks like. Because I definitely don't have what this girl has, where her leg is like bouncing uncontrollably while she's sitting in a fucking hospital bed. That seems shitty. If that's what restless leg syndrome is, that's not what I got. Shaking your legs while sitting, good or bad?
4 reasons why shaking your legs while sitting is a really bad idea.
Oh.
From etiquette and cultural perspective.
Well, okay. I know why it's bad from an etiquette and cultural perspective. I don't need that. I want to know if it's fucking healthy or not. Anxiety disorders, restless leg syndrome, and anxiety. Is it restless leg syndrome, though? Is this restless leg syndrome? Leg tremors? Spasms? Not spasms. Let's try bouncing instead of shaking. Why won't my legs stop bouncing? Why you bounce your legs?
In this
and not
video,
stop? Oh
I'm going to
God!
give you the neuroscience.
This guy's got way too intense of a vibe for me. I don't know if you can really make out his face very well over there, but
Behind what causes somebody to bounce their leg? And also a three.
I don't think I can handle the level of that dude's intensity. He looks like he wants to eat me. He has several videos about this though. Maybe he's the expert. All right, this one he's not looking right into the camera. Maybe I can handle that.
That's your leg a lot.
Kind of looks like Joe
It's a
Biden.
trauma response.
A trauma
Energy,
response.
so yeah, but the people will do that. That's it. And a lot of that energy is stored. It's almost a PTSD like stored.
What?
You see that a lot. I mean, if there's a great.
Okay, I almost said the N-word just now. I got so fucking frustrated. So I need to not. I was not in any way expecting to see this man look at another man he's talking to and go, "Oh, you're bouncing your leg." Trauma response. That's not a way you talk to a person, first of all. What the fuck? The guy said, "Oh, I've got a lot of energy," and he's like, "Oh yeah, well, you know, it's like almost a PTSD where you put all your emotional energy into your legs and then you move your legs." I'm like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's possible, but what the fuck? That's really, you just saw a guy moving his leg and went, "Huh, you're traumatized, bro." Like, what the fuck? Isn't bouncing inherently more intense than shaking? Well, I'm thinking more like shaking can be, but bouncing is definitively up and down, right? So that's why I was thinking that might be more, because I don't just shake my, well, I guess sometimes I do this. I think I'm just stimming. I think it's just stimming, honestly. I think this is just how I stim. Like, people stim regardless of being, like, autistic, right? Stimming or self-stimulatory behavior is the repetition of physical movements, sounds, words, or other behaviors. It can include full body movements, repetitive use of objects. Yeah, because I stim with random, like, this doesn't happen if I have something in my hand. Like, if I can just fuck around with something, I won't be shaking my legs. So I think this is just purely stimming. It's just I can't handle the level of energy I have. My body can't handle the level of energy I have. Full body stims, rocking, spinning, jumping, twirling, or headbanging. Stims that affect one or more senses. Hand flapping, squinting, staring at rotating objects, stroking or rubbing surfaces. I do a lot of that one. Smelling objects or repetitive use of an object. Other stims, tapping your foot when anxious, twirling your hair when bored, or picking at scabs. Stimming can serve many purposes, such as helping to reduce anxiety, calm the individual, stimulate the senses, cope with sensory overload, express frustration, or relieve physical discomfort. While many people may engage in stimming, the behavior has become associated with autism and other neurodivergent conditions such as ADHD, schizophrenia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, or post-traumatic stress disorder. So yeah, I think all of those probably describe me. If stimming isn't harmful, breaks can be encouraged or supported. Other strategies to help manage stimming include shaping, minimizing the stim into something less harmful or disruptive, or reinforcing less intense or less dangerous behaviors instead, or reinforcement, providing access to positive reinforcement such as praise and encouragement for not engaging in a harmful behavior. Well, I don't think this is harmful, it's just annoying. I think a fidget spinner can solve this problem pretty much. I have a tendency to pick up objects and just kind of, like, you may notice sometimes where, like, if I'm just holding my vape while talking, like, there's times where, you know, I'll be standing there, or the fucking unplugged microphone, you know, and I'm just, like, singing into an unplugged microphone. Like, just having something in my hand makes me feel better in a general way. And so I have a tendency to pick up small objects, carry them around for a while, and then just leave them somewhere totally random. Because at some point it occurs to me that I'm just fucking holding this thing, and usually that I've been paying way too much attention to it. Like, I'm trying to think of a really good example, like, because it could be practically anything. I mean, the vape's the best thing I've got on hand, but, like, this is something obviously I actually use when it's in my hand, so it kind of feels like a bad example. But I'll just pick up, like, like a hairbrush or something, you know, just because it happens to be there, and then just find myself like carrying it around for a while, and at some point I'm like, I don't need this, you know, why am I holding this? How long have I been carrying this thing around? Sometimes I won't even remember. I'll have to like think about where I picked it up, and I'm like, why did I pick this up? And it's literally just pure instinct. I'll just see a little thing, grab it, carry it around, and then deposit it somewhere random. So I think based on what I just read about stimming, this is pretty much the same thing. It's another form of, you know, just like having a thing carried around, like just creating a sense of consistency, you know, making it feel like I'm still in the same moment because I'm still doing the same thing. Like I'm not because sometimes if I zone out, I feel like I've just gone to sleep, you know, like I'll sit there for a second, I'll kind of forget what I was thinking about and start thinking about something new, and then I feel like I'm in a different place, you know? Dissociative disorders. Woo! Hey! Neurodivergence. Isn't that fun? Alright. Let's find some more shit to watch. Until somebody pays me to talk about something, or I get too tired and go to bed. How to instantly relieve restless leg syndrome. Looks like he's spraying glasses cleaner on his leg.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to instantly relieve restless legs at night, speak from anxiety that makes us fidget or keeps us up at wait from us as much as we can until we and then slowly turn our feet towards one side as much as we can, kind of like a windshield wiper. Both directions for 5 times.
Kind of like a windshield wiper.
How you guys been predicting time? So I'm at this point right now where it seems like less you guys are predicting time and more like you are taking guesses based on which outcomes you think will lead to what characters. To better word that, I mean, you're pretty much getting together and you're discussing if this happens, how do you think he'll be? And then you're saying, well, if this happens, he'll probably have this.
What the fuck is YouTube? This is a channel where... How did this come into my YouTube feed just now? Y'all can't see this. Hold on. What in the fuck did I just stumble into? Oh, that one, Lucario fan interview says, thank you so much. I'm just amazed that it happened. Although at the start of the vid, Shapes mentioned they're sad because their own videos have been flopping. I feel bad for Shapes. What are you talking about? Oh, wait. I somehow got featured on Shapes AnyTube died just today. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm on a high. Nice. Yeah. Amy, you don't know about Shaves Caribou Coon? He does AnyTube Digest, where he reviews all the AnyTube videos that come out every couple of weeks. Anyway, this is very strange. YouTube just pushed this channel to me. The video they pushed to me is called, If You Still Think I'm Crazy, You Should Be Cautious. So I saw that title and I went, well, that sounds interesting, right? And then I saw that it's a channel with 530 subscribers and that the video has 222 views. And I thought, why the fuck am I seeing this? And then I go to the channel 2 hours ago, no views. I can see you. 1 view. The goal is not have to pay attention. 1 view. If it still feels like there's an unidentified tangible barrier, it's stubborn, desperate confusion. True. Let's go. Help me pass this barrier.
Basic math. Alright, I already got instructed here. So right now we're at the combination of my intention to be plus your attention, your ability to understand. And because you want me to be stupid, I'm making small errors at all times that you can call on anytime I get above your head, or anytime you just want to dismiss me because I make sense right now and you need to come up with the logical structure to counter it but can't do it at the moment. So, all that being said, paying attention to the way computers work and all this, I'm noticing a pattern here of just talking until I don't know what's going on. I asked a simple question. So you're saying that you organize ones and zeros into a code and that the electrical charges communicate that code onto the screen after you pass it through a couple of processors. Makes sense until I get into the actual process. At this point, you're just saying words without justifying how it occurs. And the only reason I say this here is because I notice that whenever it comes to the things that I'm making, I don't get to just say something is happening. I have to explain why it's happening. You guys are just saying a lot, and then it's still just, it's happening. Why it's happening isn't there. Now, my theory for what's going on here is that...
I'm just going to say real quick, being this guy seems tough. This seems tough. Is this a guy who Retsupre made fun of a few times? I have no idea. I've never fucking heard of this dude. He's got 500 subscribers. He puts out videos constantly and they get no views. I guess we'll sort by most popular. Let's see. 7.8K Insomnia. It seems like he makes music too. Okay, I hope this is... Oh my god. Oh, I'm so happy with what this is already.
Spend a year looking back at the past.
Okay.
I was trapped in the scene.
I like this.
I was moving very fast. And could it be that I couldn't even think? Was trying to tell her I was
what the fuck this goes?
She was telling, didn't ask, can you leave? Look at me, I don't have any cash. Look at me, I don't have anything. You don't gotta give me any answers, cause baby, all your answers are wrong. I was only ever taking chances. Maybe we just don't get along. You can quit with your dancing, cause I don't even listen to the song. And girl, you've given me cancer, and now I won't live very long.
Shit.
I don't really think I ever liked you. You might just play me apart. Look, I don't wanna fight you, cause baby, I would tear you apart. Yet you think you got it tougher than I do. Every evening I fell to the start. Look, I kinda wanna fight you, cause baby, I would tear you apart. Spend a year looking back at the past. Nowadays I just tackle my dreams. Could it be I was moving very fast? Could it be that I couldn't even think? Just trying to tell her I was feeling pretty bad. Now she's telling me you can stay here with me. Look at me, I don't have any cash, but look at me, now I have everything. Look at me, I don't have any cash, but look at me, now I have everything. Look at me, I don't have any cash, but look at me, now I have everything. Now I have everything.
Well, I loved that. What the fuck? That was great. That song fucking was awesome. What the fuck? Is this just a channel that visits me because I'm up at 2 in the morning? This is like the kind of schizophrenia that makes me feel schizophrenic because like I'm like, how would this make it to me? You know? How does something like this make it to me? But it's so good. I'll probably get up and go piss during this, but there's a beware dragon sign. Oh, he's got the outfit. This is great. It's like GMC faux show, but
Worst problem, shit open, only cost me a whim. I was tossed in the ocean before I learned how to swim. Had me panic, flowing manic through the crashing waves. Paddle managed, fell insanity was proof I had to say. Toss around a Bilbo Baggins was not an option.
Toss around a Bilbo Baggins was not an option.
Stop it. Answer me a riddle. What kind of life demands effort it won't give you? Kill you. Question is life and it'll kill you. Ask this life to treat you right and watch it kill you. Still you gotta move on to make it better. Even if you don't know how. You've gotta see from my point of view. You and me, we go out together. We go out together. I know I had knocked you on, but I would give you whatever you want. I know I had to cool, but I just want you to like me. 'Cause being in love makes you do silly things. Yes, being in love.
Well, this has gone in an odd direction. This is not where I expected this song to be at when I got here. What the hell? I've got 32 viewers. I've got more viewers now that I'm playing this guy's videos than I had before. Well, hey, you know, if you want me to watch anything, just super chat and let me know. Or, if you want me to talk about something, super chat and let me know. This is great. This guy is a real artist. Okay, so now that I know this guy's a musical genius, let's get back to his current mental breakdown and see exactly what the fuck he's on.
No, I don't know if they got recorded. So I noticed the strategy here is, while defying my ability to exist and saying that it's impossible, everything that I get past you, you use a grounded argument, and you say, no, he already proved it, we can't go back now. But then you also add the tangible structure that is, yeah, but he doesn't want to do all of this work, which is why I get to be real, because I'll actually do all of this work. But you also add resistance to me doing all of that work so that I don't do it. So really, you're just fucking, you're still doing, alright, that's all you wanted? That's what I see you. I can fucking see you, dude. I fucking see you. Okay, yeah, and so, yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ.
He proved all that real, but he still needs to do all of this, and he won't do that. I will. But pretty much, I did all the work to ground the arguments that you're using to add that little structure of being the only one willing to do, which means that all the effort that I put into those grounded arguments you're using that same level of effort from you to just do the extra work to claim that you did what I didn't do so that you're real and I'm not. Meaning you still only put in the same amount of effort as me. In fact, I put in more because I was resisting your effort. You know what I'm saying? So, and I see you. You know what that means, right?
Holy mother of fuck. That's what a conversation between alters sounds like, I think, right? That's what that is? Like that was definitely multiple versions of the same guy having a conversation with one another rapidly, I think. But we didn't hear all the parts of it. Like we were hearing a couple of people speaking, but not everybody who was in that conversation. That was the vibe I got off of that. I don't know about y'all. You don't know what that means? Like, alters in a system. So people who have dissociative people who have dissociative identities, God, it's really hard to talk about dissociative stuff if you're a person who has dissociative problems. I'm not like that quite, but if you're somebody who sort of, let's say when you change gears, like Persona, right? Like in the Persona video games, you know, when you like switch which persona you're using at that moment. Imagine if like all those personas are like hanging out inside your brain, you know? And sometimes like only one of them can use the mouth at a time, basically. So, but not all of them can use the mouth at all. So that guy, from what I could tell, was having a conversation between like 5 different versions of himself, 3 of which sometimes have control over the mouth, and 2 of which we can't hear at all. There could be more. That's just how many we'll watch the clip again. Keep in mind what I just said. Tell me if this makes, because I didn't even think about the fact that most people would not even remotely come close to this. I know dissociative identities is incredibly rare. This guy's not even claiming to have it. Keep that in mind. I'm not claiming to have it either. In case you're accusing me of, I don't know who you are, Shoddy Hottie, or where you came from, or how long you've been here, but I'm not saying I've got it. I've got a dissociative disorder, not dissociative identity disorder. There's a whole lot of different types of dissociative disorders. I'm not even necessarily saying this guy has DID, but listen to this. This is 1 minute and 25 seconds. Listen to everything he says and try to imagine who the fuck is he talking to. Because at first it seems like he must be talking to the audience, but none of these videos have any views or any comments. And the rapidness that he's talking to somebody, he's saying things, he's making accusations, and then he's reacting to someone's response to those accusations in real time. We don't hear whoever's reacting to the accusations, but we hear his response to those reactions. It's well, yeah, he's talking to the haters. He's talking to the haters in here. Just listen to the words he says. Hold on, this is the wrong video. I don't want, if you think I'm crazy, you should be cautious. I want the one, it was his latest one. Hold up. Oh, I think he just put out another video in the time that we've been watching. Oh no, never mind. That's from earlier. That's just being recommended to me. Okay. This latest video came out exactly 3 hours ago. I gotta turn my camera on.
Today, I don't know if they got recorded. So I noticed the strategy here is, while defying my ability to exist and saying that it's impossible, everything that I get past...
Defying my ability to exist and saying that it's impossible. So he's telling himself, he's telling another personality of himself, you keep saying that it's not possible for me to exist because I'm inside your brain. Basically, he's trying to rationalize the idea of having multiple personalities. And this is like the trap you fall into as a dissociative person, is like, if you cannot embrace the idea that there is a multiplicity within your mind, then you're just going to cause a fight.
Ask you use a grounded argument, and you say, no, he already proved it, we can't go back now. But then you also add the tangible structure that is, yeah, but he doesn't want to do all of this work, which is why I get to be real, because I'll actually do all.
So what he's saying to the other version of him is that the other him inside of his mind claims to do all of the work, and that this version of him that is arguing right now doesn't do any work, and therefore doesn't get to be real. The other one is saying, I do all the work, so I get to be real. You don't get to be real. This version of him is comparing 2 different quotes from another version of him. So pay attention to that part.
So I noticed a strategy here.
Your strategy. So it's him talking to another him, and he's saying, your strategy is...
Oh, I don't know if they got recorded. So I noticed a strategy here.
Also, he forgot to record last time he did this rant.
Is, while defying my ability to exist and saying that it's impossible, everything that I get past you use a grounded argument, and you say, no, he already proved it, we can't go back now. But then you also add the tangible structure that is, yeah, but he doesn't want to do all of this work, which is why I get to be real, because I'll actually do all of this work. But you also add resistance to me doing all of that work so that I don't do it.
So he's accusing the other personality. Yeah, well, the only reason I'm not doing work is because you make it so I can't, because you keep denying my reality. You keep saying I'm not real.
So really, you're just you're still doing, all right, that's all you wanted? That's what
That's where I really started tripping on this video. That was where I realized he could not be talking to his haters or his comments. Oh, well, that's all you wanted? Like, he got a response.
You're just you're still doing, all right, that's all you wanted?
Right? He just heard someone else respond inside his mind. But nobody's there. He's talking to no one.
I see you. I can fucking see you.
Then he really starts freaking out. I don't know what he means by this.
That works so that I don't do it. So really, you're still doing, all right, that's all you wanted? That's what, I see you. I can fucking see you, dude. I fucking see you. Okay,
I don't know what that was about. But having been around people having manic episodes, stuff like that just happens. And I will never know what the fuck he's talking about.
yeah, and so, yeah, it's pretty much like...
And then he immediately realizes that sounded crazy, so he's like, and he tries to, like, be calm again, you know?
Okay,
yeah,
and so, yeah, it's pretty much like, yeah, he proved all that real, but he still needs to do all of this, and he won't do that. I will. But pretty much, I did all the work to ground the arguments that you're using to add that little structure of being the only one willing to do, which means that all the effort that I put into those grounded arguments you're using, you're using that same level of effort from you to just do the extra work to claim that you did what I didn't do so that you're real and I'm not. Meaning you still...
Yeah, so basically he's accusing his other personality of setting him up in a what's the word I'm looking for? Setting him up for failure. Like, he's saying that you're accusing me of not being real because I won't do this work. But I only can't do the work because you're accusing me of not being real and you're trapping me within this paradigm. That's what he's upset about.
Only put in the same amount of effort as me. In fact, I put in more because I was resisting your effort. You know what I'm saying? So...
That seems like
you know what that means,
an
right?
odd admittance there at the end. He says, I put in more effort because I was resisting your effort. Now, if that's true, it means that he's doing anti-work. It's not just that he's not working. It's actually that he's working against himself. So that's not good. That's not something he should be bragging about, that personality that's trying to prove he will work or whatever. Wow, that was fucking fascinating. I could do that all day. I could literally watch that guy's videos and analyze what I think is happening to him all day long. I don't think it would necessarily be good for him, though. I don't know if that would help or make it worse. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a licensed psychologist. I'm just an armchair hobbyist of the mind. How do I avoid this, like this happening to you, if it's something you deal with? Don't fight yourself. Try to be friendly inside your brain, you know? If you find you're constantly... I have a problem of just being very mean to myself. Like, not that I'm fighting myself, just that I'm very, like, mean to myself. And I've really tried to stop that. It's hard for me to, like, be nice without it feeling glib, you know? So I feel like the result I've come to is just to get my positive reinforcement from the internet, like to just come online and like insist that people remind me that I'm cool, so that I don't have to rely on myself to believe it, you know? You think you can get schizophrenia from being super guilty of something that you've never admitted? Asking because I think this is the case from someone I know. I think you can make your mind fall apart if you are harboring... I definitely think guilt is like a thing that will fuck up your brain. Like, feeling a guilt you cannot move past. It's not something you can't undo. You can always undo, but like... Well, undo is the wrong word. You can always cope, is what I mean to say. There are ways to cope. There are ways to live with whatever problem has been caused, you know, even if it's by your own actions. But, like, you just have to live your life in a constant sense of, like, well, I'll never fucking make that mistake again, you know? Like, just, feel like, oh man, it really sucks that I did that, but I sure fucking hate myself about it, so I know I'm not gonna do it again, you know? I don't know. My approach to self-love is basically like, well, the only way you can, like, if I'm if I'm choosing life, you know, I am running at it full speed. Like, I'm not gonna choose life and then be miserable. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You know, like, you could choose death because you can't escape misery, but I think if you find yourself waking up every day and being alive, you might as well try to be the happiest you can about it. You know, like, I think I realized around the end of my teens that, like, I'm not going to kill myself. Like, I thought I was for a time, and then I was like, it's just not going to happen. Like, I love myself too much, so I should not live my life under the expectation that that's something that's going to happen. You know, I should live my life under the expectation that I'm going to live as long as I can and be the person that I want to be for all of that time, you know, regardless of how I might have been before, what regrets I have. And I've, even after that, have plenty of regrets, you know, plenty of things that I would not do if I could go back and not have done them. But at this, God damn it, sudden, I just disconnected from the Wi-Fi, so maybe that'll help. Yeah, forgiving yourself is important. As people in chat are noting. Well, anyway, I need something to rant about. If I don't make any more money soon, then I am going to start feeling degenerate for being up so late. So, I mean, I have to get up in like 1.5 hours to wake up Bird. I'll probably go right back to bed, but I usually help Bird get up in the morning and make him coffee and stuff. So I was planning to just keep streaming all the way until then, but if I'm not making any money, then that's gonna and I start getting tired, then I'm just gonna go to bed for a little bit. You know, take a little power nap, high-powered nap. Sleep until I'm not broke anymore. Drake versus reference tracking Ghost Riders. Yeah, okay, I've seen enough videos about this. I know I shouldn't probably be collecting even more schizophrenic people into my sphere of intrigue and influence, but that guy truly was fascinating. Watching that video, I don't know why YouTube recommended him to me. That's the thing that gets me the most. It's like, how did this get into my feed? And YouTube recommends me weird shit, so I'm not too surprised that like it would recommend me some weird shit. But the fact that it gave me that at that moment felt meaningful. You know, it felt like the algorithm's trying to tell me something. So I feel I try to. I follow the Great Magnet. You know, I am an acolyte of the Great Magnet, and so when the Great Magnet takes me towards something particularly strange, I can't help but be like, well, why would I have ended up here if it wasn't important, you know? So that was kind of how I felt watching that channel. Is like, there's no reason this would have come before me if the universe didn't want me to see it for some reason. That's the level of spiritualism I operate on. Great magnetism. Everybody's saying good night. That means you're all broke. Okay, good night. I love you. You're all amazing. Let's all be broke together in the morning. And then one day, let's stop being broke together. Later.